Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good to be here. Glad you all made it out. It's my favorite town in the... Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. I'm alone. There's no one saying hi in chat yet. That said, I'm alone in a very interesting way, because Dramatian's been donating a lot of bits, which are dollars, by the way, in case you were wondering.
Iman, what? You can retire now, Pawn.
Yeah, can't I, Zorglob? And thank you for the bits as well. I do not recall us being at over 20,000 bits from Dramatian as of the end of last live stream. Like, I know he cheered right at the end of the live stream while I was wrapping up, but I don't think that it was over 20,000. It's over 20,000! Vegeta. So, wow. 20,202, and by the way, I'm pretty sure Twitch, refreshes the stats that you're seeing in chat weekly. So that's in a week. Thank you so much, Dramatian. Paying my friggin' bills over here. 20,000, what? You can retire now? Absolutely, I'm going to retire. I already have. What do you think I'm doing here?
Impressive.
I'm not working for a living. And by not working for a living, what I would like to share with you today is a little bit of graphic design. A little bit of graphic design work that we're going to be doing today, and then we're going to be turning that graphic design into the user interface for my auto splitter for Cluster Truck written in the Pythons using, Jesus, this is a long sentence, using, my library that I've been writing for the past 2 weeks for Python's Tkinter, which I call guiABLE, or guiABLE. But it's, if you make one and it looks real nice, you can say, you know, it rubs some people the wrong way, but to me, it's a guiABLE. How little, says Zorglob. Like that? Like about that much? What are you packing? What are you talking about? So, here's, just the program there, and what I want today is when we click on our little settings, icon in the program. In fact, where's the program? Bring me over the PyCharm. So, when we actually have this program running, pops open, looks like so. When we click on our little settings icon, right now it's just got a bunch of placeholder stuff, and I've added a little bit to it, just sort of testing out and feeling out what I was, what direction I was going to go in, and also reminding myself that I don't need to do all this crap in Tkinter anymore, because I made my own library, so I don't need to, make all these friggin' labels and this and that and the other thing. All I need to do is put in the input fields and the checkboxes, the things that I need to respond to you, but all the labels can be handled graphically, and I actually forgot that for a minute when I was playing with this, just to see, well, what are all the things that I need to pack in here? So what I need to pack in here is I need your monitor's origin. I need your resolution as well. Didn't put that in. Checkboxes for whether or not to enable the auto clicker to require the game active while the splitter is running. Or if you exit the game, if you tab out of the game while you're playing it, should the auto splitter pause the game time that it's keeping. And then also a place for you to change the live-split server if you want or need to. So that's what it looks like today. And what I want to do is I want to take this and I want to make us something that looks pretty for the settings box. Hello, also F-Sake Pong. Hi, Hologram One. I'm still doing it. I'm still doing the Pythons. So I want to make it look like something pretty, and I got an idea for it. My idea is what if we had it look like a circuit board, because it's the settings window. So what if the circuit board, and I could even, I got the idea to animate it as well, for when you click on it and it'll slide out, and even that it'll be kind of half exposed, or not half exposed, but just a little corner of it'll be exposed, like there's a slot, and and then you click it and then yeah, that's what I want to do. One day you have to finish this code and do something else. I don't. I can just keep making it more and more complex. Eventually, this auto splitter is going to be Skynet, and it's going to be launching nuclear weapons at Saddam, or whoever's still alive that we haven't already killed. Because it's hard to keep track. We are America, the United States of America. We are a true bastion of freedom and democracy when we're not overthrowing, democratic nations and murdering with like Trujillo and Chevalier and Duvalier and Marcos and like all of the South America. But when we're not overthrowing other nations' democracies, we are just a beacon. Why is it called split RP? It's splitter. I had to stick an RP somewhere in there for the Ronin pawn, and I kind of like the way that it's split RP. It kind of splitterps. It just splitterps right off the tongue. So if you got a better idea for I thought you were changing it to splarp. Oh, right, that was... Then people will think that it's some kind of live-action role-playing thing with a sp at the beginning. I can't do... No, it's got to be splitterp. It's kind of what your kids do if you feed them too much of the wrongs. They just kind of splitterp all over you. So... what I'm thinking is, what if we started with, since I want to make it look like a circuit board, I'd like it to be like a bluish circuit board. So we'll start with like just blue with a little bit of, texturing, shading to it. And then since it's a circuit board, one of the features of circuit boards is you look at them and they've got that sort of translucency to them. They're made out of fiberglass and glue and horses or something like that. So you can sort of see like dots kind of that go through the whole thing. You can kind of just perceive that there's like this from the manufacturing process. It's subtle, but it's there. And then like what you would need then is like some contact points, for this board to make contact with what it's plugging into. So you'd want to have some gold contacts there. You'd probably have some resistors, stashed just sort of around the board, things like that. What else would you have? You'd probably want to trace out the pathing for your circuit there. What else? Some nice shading is always nice. A little bit of shading there. Now it's starting to look like something. Wow, I graphic design in a hurry, don't I? Just click, click, click. Gonna need the various groups, right? So at the top, I'm gonna need like a place to put in your origin, point for the monitor and the resolution for the monitor, the X and the Y and that sort of a thing. Might as well make the text input fields look like they're little, circuits or transistors or something like that. I don't know what the hell they look like, but they look like something. What else are we going to need? Oh, we're going to need those 3 checkboxable options. Might as well have them look like they're dip switches, right, on a circuit. If we're going to do a circuit board, so we'll just have them look like they're little dip switches. And then what else are we going to need? We're going to need... you need to be able to... change the reset button for the auto splitter so you can bind it to any key. So we're going to need a group for that. Might as well make that look like an integrated circuit, an IC that's been put into a holder like that. Because, just to change things up, I don't want to keep doing the same thing everywhere. What else are you going to need? Well, we're going to need the input fields for the live split server. Might as well have one of those input fields look like it's got just a shit ton of pins on it, right? Ooh, you know what? Something that I nearly could overlook here. What if we put in a button so that you could like restore all of the settings to their default state? Oh, there you go. Yeah, nice little red button, I think. That would be cool. That would go along with the whole circuit board theme. And then I suppose you just want to sort of brighten up the text so that it doesn't, it just kind of pops a little bit more. And then, it's a circuit board, so you want to stamp out the revision number on it. And we're done. We are ready to go. All we need to do is take this design and pop it into Tkinter's, into my library in Tkinter and make it look like that. What do you think? Much kink, very good idea. What do you think? It's a little bit busy. It's a lot busy, in fact, and I kept, in the process of designing this, I kept I kept making the space that it's in bigger and bigger, trying to give it like more space to breathe. Everything is very clustered and in there. But you know what? I don't hate it. I don't love it because it is a little bit, it's very busy, but I don't hate it. I like it. And I like that it's so unusual, and I don't want to keep like fucking with it. So I think we're there. You need to change one little thing, says Hologram. What is it that I need to change? Don't say my shorts. The PCI pins on the side shouldn't be an unbroken line. There has to be a gap near the top where the board docks. the PCI pins on the side, so these guys, shouldn't be an unbroken line. There has to be a gap near the top where the board docks. How do you mean? How do you mean? Because I'm totally willing to put something in that makes it look a little bit more realistic, just for fun's sake. It actually looks pretty good when it's like this scale or even this scale, but when it gets down to this scale, it's just very small. You know, all PCI stuff, you got one big line of pins and then a little gap, and oh, I see what you're saying, yeah, and then, yeah, because you all got, I know what you're talking about. I'm not gonna change the design for that, but you're damn right. You're damn right. So first off, all of this stuff is my work. There is not a single like copy paste, Google Images search thing in here. I made the button, my own creation. All these resistors, my own creation. Everything here is all my pixel art because we are working so small that it really is pixel art. You'll note that I do have the 3 states for the switches: on, off, and hover is what that's going to stand for. So that's the 3 states that I'll need for you to be able to mouse over it and click on it, click off of it. For the button, I have also done those, I think. If I go to the restore group, and then, so the mouse over for the button there is just going to be that. It's just going to get darker, and you're going to be like blocking the light source a little bit, and that's all that's going to happen when you mouse over it. When you actually click on it, it'll do that to show that you've, depressed it, pushed it in there. And if you do have complaints about these graphics, I am the man to see because I did them all by hand. And you can see, like, the line tracing is just, pencil. It's just pencil. And when you zoom out and zoom out and zoom out, it just looks right. It just looks right that way. I did not know you were so decent at graphic design. I am. Thank you for saying so, because I can't just say it about myself. Yeah, I really enjoy graphic design. Never been schooled in it, legitimately, but I have been messing with, like, before Photoshop was a verb, my 11 or 12-year-old self had Photoshop and was already, like, tinkering around and doing stuff like that. But yeah, the one of the last things that came in for this design was that little backdrop of the dots, that thing that you see when you look at circuit boards closely. When there's a bit of light coming from behind them, you can see, because they are transparent or translucent, because of the fiberglass that they're made out of. And yeah, that was like the icing on the cake for me, was to come in and make some dots, make a dot pattern, and then Gaussian blur it, and, find just the right amount of it to have in there. And I've had less, actually, than this, but I want you to be able to see it a little bit. I mean, this is the size that you'll be seeing it, usually. If you'd stream doing this, I'd actually stick around. I love art streams, far better than coding. The problem is with, like, graphic design or programming, I get on these live streams and it's just, I don't get as much done while we're doing these streams together, obviously. Even when I'm not, like, paying much attention to chat and stuff, because my mind is split in 2 or 3 different directions at once, whereas when I'm just sitting here doing the graphic design, it's just me, there's no thought about anything, and it just works, so it's always a thing of, should I stream this? I could, but then I won't get much, I won't get it done, or it won't come out as well, that kind of thing. Very actually proud of and happy with the shading. Look at this shading that I did. And I think this is all by hand. I don't think I actually Gaussian blurred this. Maybe I did. Maybe I did eventually blur it. But, the shading, like, it looks very, like, when you look up close, it's like, wow, that purple. And then when you get back from it, it's like, yep, that purple. That's what you want. That deep darkness throwing the light. Same thing on these, really dark purple there. In fact, is one of these better than the others? Yes, you are. You are. So what I want to do before we get started is I want to reach into the 3 options group, and I want to go to the dip switches. I want to grab the switches themselves. Yeah, you're all the same. why you be all like that? You don't need that. You don't need any of that. Let's grab the eraser and take out some of this stuff that didn't need to, just fell in there at some point. Don't need any of the, well, I'm only going to need one of you. Only going to need one of you. And I'm just going to get rid of all of the stuff that wouldn't count as some amount of shading here. Yeah, I'm going to take this off as well. Yeah. Like that, and like that. That's good. That's good. So that's going to be the one that we're going to use for all the rest of them, which means I will be deleting them. Are you okay to do that? Let's see how well I've designed this thing. If we copy it. Come on now. What are you doing? What are you making me look stupid is what you're doing. Drag, for Christ's sake. There you go. Drag, and you want to be right there. Okay. And on this line, and then again, and on that line. Bingo bango. Okay. Now they're all the same, and I can just copy paste when I want to. Lovely. Lovely. Shading is actually really good, especially on the resistors. They're really nicely detailed for the little things. Yeah, that was just a fun little, fun little pixel art project to do that. And then, after I get done doing the drawing, I come back and actually work out, like, some hues and coloration, contrast, that kind of stuff. But, yeah, I like it. So that's all ready to go. So what we need to do in order to actually turn this graphic design into, something that can go into the program, something that I can build in my my library, guiABLE. I'm going to send you a link on Discord for a program I like if you enjoy doing pixel art. Okay. What we need to do is make all this stuff into stuff. We need to break it back all down to layers and then make all of the copies that we need. So let's start at the bottom and make everything that's going to go on top just go away, including the all text and the revisions and the resistors. Well, you want to leave the resistors. Might as well leave the resistors. In fact, what else could I leave in there? Not you. I suppose what I could do is just take out the, like, if I leave the text in there, but I get rid of these guys, and you, yes, and then we'll just have, like, a complete background, and we can just slap down the things that need to go. In fact, as long as I take the text out, I can even, leave these guys in, and this is how we'll put this together. This is why I think, my my library that I've been writing is going to be so helpful for so many different people, if anybody actually ends up using it other than me. And that has everything to do with, like, you can just design, an overlay like this and not have to nest everything and everything else, not have to pack and grid a bunch of shit. I mean, if you want it to be a different kind of program that's scalable and does other things, then you can still do that natively through Tkinter. But if you're trying to crank out something that looks cool, that has a very, specific set of features and doesn't need to have handle a million of different situations that you may or may not see coming, then this will work brilliantly, because all we need to do is take away all of the stuff that's actually interactable in this design and leave everything else. So we want you, don't want you, and that will be the background, I think, for the image. Put the all text in. Yeah, put the all text back in, and then delete this from the all text, because that's, what did I delete it from? Don't worry about it, you're fine. Delete it from all text. That was just me testing to see what it would look like, because Tkinter does not support anti-aliasing of its text. So I was just seeing what the not anti-aliased, unanti-aliased, what the aliased text would look like in a system font on top of all this stuff. But yeah, right there. In fact, we can also have the revision number in the corner. Yeah. And then restore defaults. Was I going to leave you not, like if I just pop. There were certain things that I didn't hit with the all text brightness that I took away. And no, yeah, you need to be in, son. So where are you? You would be under the restore group. Bring you back up. And then just turn the button off. There we go. That's how that's supposed to look. So that is our background. So I'm going to, in fact, I'll just get a size from there. And then I will edit, copy the visible, and paste it into a new image. And that's the background. And all we're going to have to do is take this background, shove it into the program, and then like carefully position the text input places, and then carefully position the buttons and switches that we want, and we're done. That's what's fucking brilliant about this. So export this to recently used. Yeah, if we go to UI, let's say the settings BG. In fact, lowercase settings background.png. Hello, Crispy Critter. I see you there. I sent you the link and an example of what can be done in it. Cool. I will have a look after the live stream. So we'll export that as a PNG, and now we're ready for that. While we're here in the graphics end of things, let's start building our like buttons and things. So that, by the way, was the first button that I made. You see how big it is? It's nice, isn't it? I like that one, but it's just a little bit too big for the rest of the design, is how I felt about it anyway. So I made a smaller one, which is that one. I mean, that's like the scale all of this should be at. I really know that this is, one, it's cramped, it's tight, it's busy. It's also like so small that it is not going to scale well. 1440p on a screen that maybe should be a little bit bigger. This is not gonna make anybody happy. Don't push the shiny red buttons, says Crispy Critter. I will push all I'm gonna. I'm gonna. So why are you even telling me not to when you know I'm gonna? I'm just gonna grab these like so. Tkinter also doesn't really support transparencies, so it's just take a picture of what you want and snap it and stick it down. That gets me all of my shadow. Do I need that? Yes, you do. It gets me all of the shading and shadow work, right? It does. Okay, so that's going to be the area. So we will copy that. In fact, we'll copy everything that's visible, and we will paste you into a new image. And we'll immediately come back, and we'll grab the other versions of it. So there's the red button copy. Here's the mouse over state. Copy you as visible and go back over here and paste you in as your own layer. Then go on to the restore group version. Yeah, don't want that. Or the mouse down version. Do I wanna... The difference is just that top corner, whether or not it's shiny or not. I'll have it be shiny. So again... No! What did I do? Oh, I broke everything. Oh, no. It's fine. I just pressed the wrong button. Edit, copy visible, and then bring you over here. Paste you in. Boom. And now we've got the 3 states of that button. Okay? And they're in their own window there. So let's put that back to the default state, and then go on to the... Those don't need to do anything with that. Don't need to do anything with that. I did have for a second, check this out. I was going to do LEDs. I'm going to do LEDs, but there's like, it's already such a, what the hell am I doing with this, overlay kind of a program? I went away from it. I was like, it's already too not user interactive friendly in the design. Ren and the Stimpy flashback, sorry. Don't push the shiny red button. Was that a Ren and Stimpy thing first? So what are we doing? The dip switches. Right, I need one in each sort of a state. And hopefully I won't be catching any of the trace lines because, ew, I will be. Down here I will be. Shit. Shit. What do you do about that? I wonder if Tkinter supports transparencies for, like, PNGs. It doesn't, Pawn. Don't lie to yourself. Yeah. So what I'm looking at right now is that these trace lines, when I go to copy this one, you know, I'm going to lose those 2 marks right there. They're just not going to be there, or they're going to be in all of them. So I'm not going to have them in all of them. That just kind of sucks, and it's also just going to be the way it's going to be, I think, is how that's going to work. But for now, we can grab this one without any problems. We will copy what's visible, and we will paste into a new image. And we've got that started, and we'll get this one, also nothing weird coming in, good, and we'll copy what's visible, and we'll paste it in over here as a new layer. That will be the off state. And then down for you, I'm gonna have to, I guess in the trace lines, I'll just delete them. And then we'll at least know what this is going to actually look like. So if I go to the eraser and I go bing, bing, that's what it's going to end up looking like. Because it has to, otherwise all of them would have it in it. So copy the visible. Shift Control C is how I could be doing that if I wanted to. Okay. I probably won't bother with any of it. And that's all 3 states of those. And is there anything actually else that needs moved? Is there a single other thing that needs put in here that isn't? Yeah, there's some early work, seeing what I liked and what I didn't like. Back up to you. This is just the text that goes in there. That's it. That's it, peoples. So just the tick boxes, this button, and then the background, and then it'll just be shoving a bunch of text areas into the places where they need to go, and we've got it. So, need to save these buttons in all their various states. We will start by exporting. This is the base one. So we'll export you to PyCharm UI, sure. And this will be settings button, red button. And you just say the settings button. So I don't have to type as much when we get into PyCharm. Settings button.png, go ahead. And then this will be the mouse over state for it. Export as settings button mo for mouse over. And then, yeah, okay. And then export this one as settings button active, because that's what I'm calling the state when it's being pressed or pushed or something like that. So it'll be active. Okay, so we've got those. When we come back here, zoom in on this little toggle. We will export you as settings. This is going to be a checkbox, basically. So, but what is it? It's a dip. It's a dip switch. So we'll call it settings dip. Just settings dip. And then we'll add in the... Is that the normal? That's the settings dip on. Pawn. Alright, well, we'll call it the other one. Settings dip off. And then settings dip mo for the mouse over state. Okay. That is everything that we needed in terms of images in order to make this thing happen. So take one more look at it over here, because hopefully we'll be putting it in without a significant issue over here. So where do I even start? Well, in your GUI, first thing that you do is go ahead and rip out all of that shit. Oh, God, it's so much. I did so much work to put that there. Yep, aren't you happy you get to rip it all out? I am. Let's fucking do it. So first off, you guys, I'm going to have that instantiated, I guess, below the settings stuff. After settings, because you won't be using those images anymore. Those are the images for these checkboxes. Self.closing equals false, backgroundable, bind drag, yes, load tab image, yes, self settings childable window, we'll still want one of those. And then all of this stuff, all of that goes. So that's the code this is the amount of code that it, required in order to make this little nothing of a window pop up and populate with the values 00 localhost 16 834, and it's not nearly enough code as what's going to be required in the end to make all this work, because I'm going to have to limit Tkinter in terms of what can and cannot be put into the text box, how many lines you can do, all kinds of stuff, which will turn into a class for the library, I'm sure. Ah, coding, and I go away. Someone pick me if he does more art. So, we instantiate the childable window, and you are currently, what's the value that you're taking in? It's a tuple for position, where you want to be opened. Okay. And I'm opening you on the width and 254. I want you to be a little bit inside the boundaries of your parent window, so I'm going to have you open like -4, and we'll see how that looks. It's going to need to be a lot higher now. These are local variables, by the way. In my library, I've built it so that when you're making a child window, you tell it what position you want it in reference to the parent. So say 100 pixels down, say actually like 80 pixels down. I don't know. It's probably going to be even less than that. But so that gets us our window going. First thing we're going to need then is a background. So settings BG is equal to a backgroundable from my class. The backgroundable, the parent is going to be self.settings. The width is going to be precisely whatever width GIMP tells us that we're going to be doing here, which will be, according to you, what do we got here? What's the selection? 176 by 316. 176 by 316. So 176 by 316. Is that still, that's what you wanted? Width and height? Yes. And then the image path is going to be UI / settings BG, I called it, right? .png. And that's all we need. That's all we need. And then we will settings BG.place at the X of 0, at the Y of 0, and is that going to be enough? That's going to be enough to get us something going. Anyway, I'm actually wondering, how am I controlling the height and width of this? And I'll bet I've got it in the quargs. In the quargs, you have to specify height and width, right? If I go to here, then yeah. So let's do width equal to 176, height equal to 316. No? No? Well then, how have I been specifying that previously? You weren't, Pawn. Okay, well that's a change to the library, which is good. I've got it in pre-release on GitHub right now, so it's not been, the new version hasn't been released, but this is something apparently that I just didn't think about until now, which was that we're going to need to be able to shove in some quargs in order to tell it what size we want it made at, if we do want to tell it what size we had it made at. So I'll just pass the quargs along to the parent during instantiation, and then if I start her up, boom, exactly boom. Like, all of that visual design and there. And that's what I'm talking about, people. Fucking save yourself the trouble of dealing with Tkinter. Come join me at guiABLE. Okay? You can fix that now because I did. So this is up. It needs to come up a bit, doesn't it? Yes, it does. I said it was probably going to be less, and I was right. So in terms of positions, let's go up to 70 and see where that lie. I want it higher. I want it a little bit up from there. So we're going to go down to 65. Close. I think I want like this line, this top line, like kind of dead in the middle there. So let's try 63. Let's try lower than that. 61. I don't think it'll be all the way down to 60. Okay, now that's getting close. I'm also having trouble seeing it, so let's get rid of the background there so that I have a chance of being able to see where these things are lining up. Yeah, fuck it, we're going straight to 60. Usually verticals move a lot faster than you think they would, so I was trying to not move it that much. But yep, 60. That's about damned right for where I want to do it. And the user interface for this, the graphics for this are going to have to change as well, because now this makes that look like shit. Also, I do want to do like a thing where it's kind of slit and this pops out, and so there's going to be a different UI for that. So let's actually have this be like inset into the program by 10 pixels and see how that sets. That's a little bit too close. That's a little bit too close. So let's say 6. 6 pixels inside of me. That could work out in the long run. It could work out in the long run. I'm just going to go with 5 for now. But in the long run, when this gets redesigned, it'll probably be 5 or 6. Yeah, that looks good. So it pops out. None of this, nothing here is interactable. That's just a background image at this point. But looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Hello, Flaxy. I see you there. I remember when the stream used to be entertaining and fun, says Zorglob. Me too. Didn't that suck? God, it's so much work. So much trying. I'm done with trying. Trying just ruined me. Also, I've made 20,202 bits just this week doing this boring shit. You think I'm ever going back? Lol. So now we need to actually position the things within the window. So what's going to be positioned where? From top to bottom? We'll work from pop to bottom. Yes, pop to bottom. Which means I'm going to have to create myself a skinnable. So the dip skin is going to be a skinnable. Is that what I sound like? I'll shut up if you really want me to. Hello, Dramacian, bringer of the 20,202 bits. Did you donate while I wasn't here? Because wherever that, I don't remember it being that high at the end of the last live stream. Are you needing to like hide some revenue? I know income tax time was recent. Maybe they're like looking into you. You're like, oh shit, I gotta put it somewhere. Pawn. What's going on here? So we'll make a skinnable. A skinnable wants to know the normal path, the hover path, and the active path. So starting with UI slash, what did we call this? We called it a dip, or did we call it a settings dip? Settings dip will be the normal state, which will be true. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then I've got to think this through a little bit because it's a hoverable. Then the hover path is going to be UI slash settings dip mo for the mouse over .png. And then because a toggleable, which is what we're going to be making, is something that has two different states. So it's going to have two skinnables. It's going to have the one for when it's true and the one for when it's false. So we want, when you are clicking on this one, we want you to see the state that you're going to, because you can hold the mouse down and drag away from it and stuff like that. So we want you to see it on its way in. Settings, dip, off.png, I think is what I called that. And then we just won't have a disabled path because we didn't make one, and my library doesn't require you to do such a thing. So we'll call this dipskin true, and then we'll have a dipskin false for the alternate state. So UI settings off is going to be the regular state, and the on is going to be the other state, or rather the not off, which you could call the on. So we'll have the true and the false. Or maybe we'll just call it on and off. Yeah, because that makes more sense. On, off. So now we've got those two states, and then we make the toggleable, right? Is that how I've done this in the library? So we want, the first one's going to be for the, what is it in my design? Where are you? You, sir. The auto clicker. So the first one's going to be for the auto clicker. And in fact, let's go back over here where it's all pretty and it looks lovely. Well, it looks cluttered and stuff, but I like it enough to go with it. So the auto clicker will be the first one. So let's say self.
I don't need your handouts. I'm an adult.
Bleed purple 1000 bonus 100 make it rain or purple rain, purple rain.
Purple rain. Purple rain. Make it purple rain. Let's see. Fuck so pretty, you and me. Electric City come alive. Right? That's, I don't know a lot of Prince songs, but fuck so pretty, you and me. Electric City come alive. Thank you, Jermacian. Still trying to just make sure the tax man doesn't find out all the gold bullion you've been storing in your attic or whatever, right? Jesus, 21,302. Good God. You must be getting a lot of use out of guiABLE. Thank you, Jermacian. Self dot, what did I say? This is for the auto click. So self dot auto click. All one word, auto click. It'll be PyCharm will be angry with me if I don't put a underscore in between it. So the auto click is going to be a toggleable. The toggleable is going to take first its parent, which is going to be self.settings, because that's the window that we want it bound to. The state that we want it to instantiate on. I think we'll go with false. Well, then I don't have to put anything in because it defaults to false. The function that needs to be called is none as of right now, so we'll go straight to defining skinnable1, which is going to be the dip skin on, and then we'll do skinnable2, which is going to be the dip skin off, and boom. We then need to, in Tkinter world, everything has to be first instantiated and then placed. We're going to, or packed, or however you do it. I'm going to place it, and I'm going to place it at precisely the places where the placing would happen. So if I go back over to you, actually, can I get a copy of this? If I just select all of that, and then we copy the visual, and then we paste it as a new image. Just make it easier for me to do these measurements. So one of these things is going to be at, if the size of this thing is like that, then it should be at position 22, 103. So X will be at 22, Y will be at 103. We're going to need several of these, so why not see if we can't break the system by doing it all at once. The next one in the list here is for requiring the game to be active or not. Cool graphic. Thank you. I designed it all myself. It only took me an entire day. So requiring the game to be active. Okay. What am I going to call that, though? active lock, because that's how it kind of functions. It requires the game to be the top level window, and it locks you out otherwise. So that will still bind to that. It will have the exact same, settings here, except that the X and the Y will be a bit different, and they will be, 22 and 123. So 22, 123. So it's going to be 20 pixels between each of them, probably. Definitely, because I know how to do spacing just by eye. The last one is pause if out of game. So, active pause, we'll call that. And this should be then 143. And then when we click the go, nothing broke. And boom! Look, it works. Except for the giant thing that's there. So what I didn't do is I didn't tell it what the size of these images is, so it just instantiates to a default value. But it's working, and if I click on it, it goes in the opposite direction. Oh, that's good. I like that. Okay, stop though. And then all I need to do is add the width and height via the quargs. So width is going to be, what is the width of this? It's going to be 24 by 14. So the width will be 24. The height will be 14. And god damn it, I broke the page line. Fuck, I hate breaking the page line. Especially when it's not like a big break like that. You know, because it's then what are you going to do? You're going to just like change everything? Because god damn it. Of course not. Shit. A couple of parentheses didn't need to be there. And start her back up. And only one of them exists. Well, because I told you to make all of them by the same name. But look, it works. It's working. It's working. So yeah, I need to change you to active lock, or active lock. And then you to active pause. And now we will have all three of them in place. Look at that. Oh, that's so nifty. Oh, that's so nifty. When I click it, it goes to the other state. Click. Click. The only thing is when you click it, it goes there and then it comes back to the hover, which is correct because, you're still hovered over it, but it doesn't necessarily indicate that you've gone where you wanted to go because of that. I gotta either change the way that the class functions, or I could make it not move when you moused over. I like that it moves when you mouse over. I think I'm going to change the way the class functions. Because a toggleable really should, after you click it, go to the state that you were on, and then after you mouse out and mouse back in, then a thing. Here's the problem with changing the way that the class functions. In the toggleable, like, all of these things are, you can pass a function to them, and then they call them. And because you can, call a function that would put you in a weird state that's out of it's not in the right place. Like, for example, if you called a function like open a file, and then the mouse has now exited that area, but I've lost track of it because now we're locked out of that program. So now I don't know where the mouse is until, it gets back over here. So I've been calling a little function that I wrote up that directly checks the mouse when the function ends to see where is it, and is it still moused over us. You know what? There's no real problem with changing this. That I can see immediately, anyway. So I'm going to just go with it. So when we mouse up, we call the function and then we update hover, and that's not what we're going to do. Instead of updating hover, we're going to just call our own mouse out. Yeah, which is going to force, it's going to force it to load up the image for, the stock image once we've clicked it. So now when I click over here and I come to here and I click it, it'll just go to that image, and then when I come back in, I'll be able to move it again. Now, does that change significantly the way that other checkboxes work? No. I mean, it doesn't light it up while you're hovered over it until you exit and come back in, but I think that that's a, this is the way that it should be. Okay, but that's interesting. Now I've got a bug where I can continue clicking inside of it and it doesn't think I'm in the box, so it won't let me click it. Ah. Shit. And that is because we are monitoring the in-out states via the mouse in and mouse out. In previous words, self.moused over equals true. So when I do the mouse out, I'm setting my self.moused over equal to false. So what I could do then, in order to make this work, is just do the mouse out event, and then, or I could just do a load image, a hard load image, and not force the whole mouse out event. And then that won't change anything weird. Yeah, I'll just do a straight, I'll change our state by changing the image manually instead of by inheritance. So I'll change the image to the image that's at position 0, because that's the normal state. And then while I'm doing that, the other thing I'll do is change the color of the background to be, what is it in the normal state usually? Mouse out, it's gray. So we'll do that as well. So we'll just have one more instance in the library where we've written it to do both of these things. And that won't mess with the tracking, but it will also do the thing that we want it to, which is when you click on it, it'll stay there. It won't go to the mouse over state, but I'll still be able to click on it while I'm over it. And I can keep flipping it back and forth if I want to. If I exit out, the hover works. Yeah. And then this one. These work fine. They look fine. Perfect. Perfect. See, that's why I put my library into a pre-release as opposed to just pushing it to the main line, because I figured I would find little, things that weren't quite right while I was playing with it. So, yeah. Day well spent, says Jermacian, on my cool graphic. Thank you very much. What other cool graphics do you have up your sleeve? There's this one of me in a dress. Half of it's off. No, I don't have any of those, but I do have some of me in dresses. Those are nice. I'm wanting the ability, as I'm having this, to be able to grab this and drag it as well, to be able to drag the whole window by dragging over here. So that's something to think about in future, but boom. In 15 minutes or something like that, and with having to fuck with the library a little bit, we've got these little toggle boxes, working. The last thing then is going to be putting the button in. The button is going to be another set of toggleables. So if I go back over to where we're, making all this stuff up, and we make up another set of skins for the button that goes in the bottom right corner. So this is going to be not dip skins anymore. This will be, this button is there for setting everything to default. So, default, that's default button. Doesn't sound right, does it? I mean, it sounds too generic. Set default button. Okay, so set default button, well, this is just a one-time hit, too, so this isn't a toggleable, this is a pushable. Yeah, so set default button, I'm only going to need the one line and the 3 images. So UI, settings, what the hell did I even call it? Go back over to UI. By the way, could you sort this by date? So, settings, button... Alright, settings, button, .png, settings, yeah, button, mo, what's your modus operandi, and settings, button, what's the other one? Active? Active. .png. I've broken the page line again. If I try to print this, I won't be able to read those characters. Shit! Alright, so there's the skin for that button. Now we'll make that button. Do we really need to have a back reference to it? No. It's kind of a one-shot and done kind of thing, so, set defaults button. Well, we'll just set default skin. Set default skin. In fact, set defaults skin. Yeah, and then set defaults button is equal to, this is going to be a pushable. Yeah. And what do you want from me? My own library. You're going to want the parent, which is going to be self.settings, because that's where we're going to stick you. You're going to want the function to be called, and this one actually will call a function sooner or later, but for now, F it. Skinnable is going to be set defaults skin, and then we need the quargs. We need the width and the height of it. So the width will be equal to whatever GIMP tells me the width is equal to. So if I do that and I do that, it's 24 square. So width is 24, height is 24, and then we don't do that. Then we bind it. We actually load it to the window. So set defaults button dot place x y, and what are the x and y for this guy? Go back in here and find out where in this image we load. We want this one to sit, and you are going to sit, I think, like that. Is that right? I think that's right. So that's going to be at position 145 by 286. Oh, by the way, no need for the input overlay, huh? 145 by 286 is the x and the y for that. So x, 145, y, 286, and did I misspell something, or you need a chance to catch your breath? Ah, I did misspell something. Defaults as opposed to defaults. Okay, go, and boom. Now we got this button. When I mouse over it, you see, like, I didn't know what to do for the mouse over on this pushable button, so I just kind of killed the, suggestion of a light off to the top right, which I like the idea of, like, when you put the mouse over from this side, it actually makes sense. Oh, yeah, blocking the light there. And then when you click it, it does the down operation. Not sure about that mouse over being great, but at least it suggests that it's something you can click. When you start moving your mouse over this stuff, you'll see that, okay, I can actually interact with the things on the screen. Lovely. I can switch all of my toggles and toggle all of my switches. And it's as easy as that. With guiABLE in your life, download the library at github.com/ronanpawn/guiABLE today. All one word. Capitalize the ABLE. Lowercase GUI. guiABLE. Reset button. Call it Taemen button. Korean sound in English for default. Really? Taemen? Taeman? Taeman! Nice shot! What a good shot, man. That's why I say Taeman. Nice shot. They don't know how to pronounce anything in Korea anyway. Have you ever ate pho? It's P-H-O. It's pho, okay? No, it's pho. Yeah, pho you, okay? That's not how you say things. Wow. It was good. It was just fell right off. I didn't know that I was going to do a pho you joke, but I just pho. It's good stuff too. If you ever try pho, it's good. I like most Korean food. Only thing that I didn't really care for when I was in Korea, dog. Dog tasted bad. Like, I didn't know what it was. They served it to me and they were all like smiling like, hey, give it a try, because they know you're an American, and they're like, let's give the American dog and see what they think. And I ate it and I didn't know what it was. And he said, what do you think? And I was like, I'm being polite. Whatever this is, it's disgusting. It says it's dog. I said, you know what it tastes like? Tastes like dog. Tastes like what I think dog would taste like. Yeah. Was this one wet when you cooked it? Because did you take the hair off of it? Yeah, doesn't taste good. Does not taste good. Dog is terrible meat. It's disgusting. It was definitely not tasty. And I knew at some point, being in Korea, I knew at some point one of the monks was going to serve me dog, because, I mean, as much as they're, holy men of virtue and decency who filter the world's shit and turn it into the pure light of the Buddha, they also like to fuck with you. That's just what they like to do, and I felt very comfortable amongst my own kind. But I knew they were going to serve it to me at some point, and I was actually pleasantly surprised to find out that dog is actually disgusting. So, in addition to, whatever reasons you might have to not eat dog that are humanitarian, that are, but pets, and then you don't really have the same standard for chickens and cows now, do you? But, whatever your standards are that keep you from eating dog, one of them can just be, tastes shit. It's just awful. Tastes like dog. You don't want that. Now, cat is no, I don't know. I've never tried. But look at that. After just like an hour, a half hour of which was me just fucking around. So about a half an hour, boom, we've got all of our buttons working. The next thing that needs to be done in order to make this come to life is the stuff that has nothing to do with my library, guiABLE, and that's just instantiating a bunch of Tkinter text boxes. And shoving them into the places that they need to be here and hiding them with the appropriate background colors. And that's that. But look at that, half an hour after I had the graphic design in hand, boom, I got all this and it's working, and this is why I made the library. Actually, I just made it because I wanted to. It was fun. It's fun writing the library. It's always neat when you find something that has been around for ages that really sucks that you can fix, that you can make work better. And I could, and I did. And it was good. So all of that said, I think it's immediately time for a live stream break, and then we'll come back and we'll shove those text box areas in there. The text box thing, though, is going to be a whole thing. I'm going to have to write a new class for guiABLE, because we'll look it up and see if Tkinter supports it, but I don't know that there's a default make this object and it's a one-line text field that you can only insert text into and that you can't spawn new lines on. I don't know that Tkinter supports the idea of a text box that is specifically just for text input, and so it's one line. I mean, you can tell it when you're instantiating a text box, make this just one line, but that means it'll just show one line, and I'm pretty sure you can, enter, you can return and control down. I'm sure there's configurable options within the text class of Tkinter that allow you to set these kind of things to limit it to some extent, but, that's a whole bunch of things to be added to the commands that I'm probably going to package into yet another class object in my library, so that you can just say, give me a text inputable, or an inputable, something like that. Limit characters, Sister Mason. They allow you to, with the text box, you can tell it, you actually define width and height by width, like how many characters as opposed to pixels, which is damned inconvenient when you're trying to use a text box to do something other than be a text box, like I've done with the backgrounds here. For good reasons, by the way. But very convenient for when you know that you only want so many characters to fit in here. I have designed this space for host to fit exactly the amount of characters that it takes to write in an IP address that has 3 digits in each space plus the periods between it. So 3, 6, 9, 12, ... 15. So I will be limiting the text area to 15, and I'll be telling it one line, but I don't think that telling it one line, I think that just tells it how big to make the area that you can see. I don't think it stops you from being able to hit enter and go to the next line. So that stuff, all of that stuff has to be packaged into a library or figured out how it's done, and I haven't played with text boxes yet because I haven't needed to, so cool fonts, Sister Mason. Cool fonts. Like cool beans. When we come back from the live stream break, we'll be doing something associated with what I was just talking about. Or not. I might just say fuck it because it's a big hairy mess, and instead we could do something fun like animate this thing that's back there. We could work up the animation for the circuit board to slide in and out of the side when you click on the on the cogwheel. I think that would be funner, and it would be easier because I know what I'm doing with that. Whereas with the text boxes, I'll have to figure out what you do when you want a text input thing. Anyway, stay tuned to find out what the hell we're going to do when we get back from the live stream break in approximately 7 minutes. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Bowen, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Bowen live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Bowen. We're Tkintering. We're Tkintering, and what we've done... Thank you. Thank you. They appreciate it. They can shut up now. What we've done is we've taken a graphic design that I made up over the course of a friggin' day in GIMP, and we've turned it into a actual, like, you know, functional user interface thing in my program in the course of about a half an hour. And could have been less if I weren't live streaming. That would have been thinking straighter honor kind of a thing. But look at that. They all do the things. When you click them, they switch positions. When you mouse over them, they show you that you can move them. They go to the what do you want to do state, and then you click it and switch it from on to off. It's lovely. It's pretty. It's good. My little button over here. You can press on that. You can hover it. It changes image. Yeah. It's nice. It's nice, innit? Nice, innit? So what's ahead of us now is possibly, Jermacian's just linked me to the, who is this? Python course.eu. Okay, I don't usually know. FBot is where I usually go. FBot, or tutorials point. But, let's see, so here's the stuff about text boxes. Just scrolling real quick to see if anything's, the result is a lot better. We got 4 lines, we got 2 lines. Doesn't look like they're going to be doing what I would be looking for here. But if we were to FBot, I'm sure I've already looked at, you know, the page for text. If we just put in text, there you go. Tkinter book text box. So, can we limit, restrict? Yeah. What I wanted to know is if there's like a built-in way to say this is just going to be a one. In fact, how about this? Tkinter text input. You know, where it's just a one-line thing. Entry widgets. Do you have like, is there a, hey, here's the EU again, entry widgets. Basic widgets of Tkinter used to get input. So there is a widget in Tkinter for this. Label, and then entry. Ah, beautiful. Simple, stupid, no, it's simple. I can do it all right now. We'll put them in. We'll whang them in there, or we'll give it a try anyway. We'll see about 1 or 2 of them and see how long it's taking me, because the more interesting thing is doing the animation. And I think that will be fun, and also hair pulling. Which is what, you know, fun is in this, you know, section of the world. So we're going to make a, let's see, origin X. We're going to need to actually check this one, so I'll make a permanent link to it. Self.origin X is equal to a TK entry, and then that's going to want to know what its master is, self.settings, and then I'll need to tell it where to position. I'll also need to tell it width and height. So width is going to be 5. Yes, 5 characters for all of these things, because I've thought out, for the sake of this thing, that for the origin, you're going to need at least 4 digits to be able to say like 1920, 1080, 1440, that kind of stuff. If you got like multiple monitors, it goes way to one side. It'll still probably be less than 10,000 in terms of pixel, where you might need to change the origin, as well as for the resolution. So I'm going to stick with 5. Because you need the 4 spaces, and then you need the ability to put a negative on it, because you might be changing the origin so that it is recentering all of its calculations on a screen that is to the left of your main screen. So we'll have a width of 5. Height should be 1, but if it's an entry, that should be implicit. So maybe that's all I need to say. And then we pack it. Self.origin, except for I'm going to place it, and place it specifically by the coordinates that I have in GIMP, or at least that GIMP will tell me. Come back out, and we know that we want the text box to be more or less this-ish kind of a region, and that's telling me a position of 38, 24. So X of 38, Y of 24, and we won't change the color of it yet because we want to see it, glaring at us so that we can reposition it to where it really needs to be. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. So 19, 20. This would actually be zeros. That's another thing, is I want it right aligned. I want the text to snap to the right side of it. So another something to bear in mind. If I look real close, it looks like it's going to fit once I do all of the things to it that I'm going to have to do to it. So width equals 5. We probably can establish a font. A font is a TK dot font. Font. Do we have? Surely I've loaded fonts in through here. Tkinter import file dog import. Yeah, font. So it's got to be. Is it just font dot font? Yeah, I think it is. Tkinter is full of stuff like that, where it's tk.tk and font.font. And also Python has stuff like that. Time at the very beginning, or at the very top of my library here, I showed it to Noah on GitHub, and the first thing he said was, "I love this. From time, import time as time." The reason I'm doing that is because the time library contains a function time. So if I don't say as time, import time from time as time, then I'll have to do time.time every time. Time, every time that I call it. Could do the same here by changing it to, import font as font. But I don't know what I might need, so I'm just going to leave it font.font. And then how does this even work? I don't remember. So you get the root. I don't think that's important. I think I just have to say then font again. It's true. Font.font, font equals, and then I can put in, I want system as the font, and I think for the size, I wanted 12. And maybe that's enough. Let's see if that changed things, or if it complains about, like, I don't know what you're talking about, bud. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 12 might be too big. I'm not sure as of yet, but it did at least load in the system font. So, let's get ourselves a background color. Background is equal to, what is the background equal to? It's 1B, 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 1B. So background is equal to hashtag 1B, 1B, 1B. And then we load that back up, we pop in here, and it's got the right color in the background. We'll have to make the color of the text different. We'll have to make it gray. A grayish? A gray, not a white. White is just blinding. So would that be just color? Equal to light gray? Or will it have to be like foreground color? Yeah, unknown option. Let's try foreground without the word color even. Give you a go. Yep, that worked. So negative 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. And you could fit 5 in there and exactly no more, and that's perfect. Now we need to take like the borders and shit off of the edge of it, which will be done by, this is what you just love about Tkinters. So BD is going to be equal to 0. Pad X, maybe? Is it pad X here? Is it pad X? Never quite sure, but let's say pad X equals 0. Pad Y equals 0. We'll try that. See if it complains about those not being things. Those are not things. Pad underscore X, pad dash X. You don't like dashes. Pad underscore X, maybe? Pad underscore Y. Are those things? Those are not things for you. All right. Well, we'll just stick with BD0 for now and see if that gets rid of that should get rid of the borders. And it did. And now when I type it, yep, and it's just sort of hiding in there. Although, is it? I don't think it's perfectly hiding, but I'm not 100% sure. I think it's because we do have a little bit of padding, a little bit of margins going on. So we will need to consult fbots. In fact, Tkinter, I'm going to be looking for entries. So let's see if they've got an entry.htm that I've never been before. Of course they do. So pad. No pad in here? All right, just go to the bottom where they list the different things. We got BD for borders. Font foreground, highlight background, highlight color. Insert width. What? Width of the insertion cursor's border. Set to a non-zero value. The cursor is drawn using the raised border style. Yeah. Justify, good. How to align the text inside the entry field. I want it right aligned. So justify equals right. We'll do that. Now, go ahead and put this on its own line, I suppose. Put some of this on its own line. What was it? Justify equals tk.right. Okay. What else you got for me? Show state, take focus, test variable, validate. Validate, ooh, specifies when validation should be done. Use focus to validate. Focus in, focus out, key. That's interesting, so it can do, validate command, a function or method to call to check if the contents is valid. Oh, that's very convenient, isn't it? To have one of those. What else do we have? Do we not have any padding and things? I'll tell you what. We can try it from down here when we place it. See, this is why I'm always confused. Where's the pad X exist? So, in fact, if I just pad X'd and then 0 and pad Y and then 0. Okay, you don't think that exists for you either. Are you pad underscore X and pad underscore Y? I swear to God that exists for... Maybe it exists for grid and stuff and not place. Yeah, that probably makes sense. All right, so, no, what are you doing? Click on the right thing. You, open. When I click here, I can't see the cursor. The cursor's color has not been changed, but we are now, from the correct side. So, how do I change the cursor color? Cursor color. It's probably going to be one of these foreground majiggers, like highlight foreground, highlight background, highlight color. How to draw the focus highlight border. Is that for the total object then? Python scripters. Ugh, this getting me mad. What's getting you mad? Python scripters. Do you know the, which one of the million different things that are, commands to call in Tkinter will get me the eye cursor that actually draws in the color that I want it to? rb.addForce00 2000s times time.delta time. rb.addForce? What is that? Is that that's something from a library, right? RB? AddForce? That's not it. Pygame? Are you playing with the with some physics stuff? That's the code is getting me mad, says Python Scripters. Well, you know, if you really want to be mad, then come play with Tkinter. That. Insert this, insert that. Like, how about if we just search for color and you talk to me about color? Select background. Let's try that. Select background. So we'll add a select background. Select background equals light gray. Spelt the way that good people spell it, with an A. Nope, cursor is still, the eye cursor is still black. Shit. It says RB doesn't exist when I have RB set to rigid body in Unity. Oh, okay. I was just talking about how, like, what I'm fighting with in here, or what, you know, happens in here is that, like, when I import something, for example, time, from time import time as time, that avoids me having to call time.time. So there's that. There's whether or not it's got parentheses at the end of it, and it's calling it as a function, or it's calling it as a name of a function to check to see if that's why it's not seeing RB as what it should be. Because if it just doesn't think that RB exists, but you've already instantiated it and the capitalization is right and all that kind of stuff, maybe it's not seeing it as the right kind of object because it's being called as a, you know, it's being called directly as opposed to being called as a function with the parentheses at the end of it or something. But you said you've got rb.addForce, so it wouldn't be that. But it could be something that needs to be referenced to get to RB because of the way that, and then I don't know. I'm just guessing. Ooh, thank you, Dramacian. TKcursors.htm. Change the color. There's no reference to color on this page, which is what I need. But thank you for looking, and you got me to think, all right, just cursor color. And then I'll get a Stack Overflow, you know, thing, and it'll insert background is the option. Okay, thank you. guiABLE extension. No. Back to the GUI, and then wherever I was working last. So not select background, but insert background. That makes sense. It is the insert thing. So insert background would be light gray, and then when I click it open, and then I click in it, boom, we can see it. And then we could 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's a working. Now, is it actually fitting in there? Is my next question. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a screenshot of it. I'm going to come back to GIMP, and I'm going to paste as a new image. There's no image data in the, but I did. But what about the when I did? What about that? What did you think about when I did? And you didn't, but I did. You take me a screenshot as fast as you can. Paste as new image. It's not catching that part of things. Okay. Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. We'll just do it the other way, which is to say, why are you up? Which is to say, give me a snip. We'll snip it instead. Shit. It popped behind the fucking window. All right. Snip. I just need to see up close whether or not it's actually hiding that. So pop that in, make a new image, and we can just barely see the bottom of it. See, that's why I wanted to check it, because we can just see it popping out a bit. So back in, and if I just change the height up by 1 pixel, and maybe in by 1 as well. So where we are instantiating that majigger, we're saying x of 38, let's have it be x of 39, and let's have the y be 23. And then we start it up, and then we click over here, and then snip it again. It falls behind it, probably because, you know, it's a PyCharm program, and so PyCharm gets folded to the front. Give me another snip. That'll be enough. Copy it. Fuck off. Yeah, hopefully I'm done with you. Well, I'm done with you for a second, because I'm going to have to keep doing this, aren't I? And then paste you in. I said paste you in. And then we can zoom in and see that there are no hard edges. Yeah, we're good. It's completely hidden in there. It's completely hidden in there. And what I'll do from now on is, instead of having it be black, I'll set it to a different color so that I can better like see how it's relating to the background image. So let's see. Public float forward force equals 2000 fuzz. rb.addForce 2000 times time delta. It's rb add force 00. That's what I'm trying to do. So I changed 2000 into forward force, but I don't understand why rb isn't working. Is it working other places? Have you instantiated it before this, or is this the first place it's coming up? If it's the first place it's coming up, then okay, cool, we narrowed it down. If it's already been instantiated somewhere else, maybe we're in a place with like a deep reference and we gotta go back, we gotta like reference something else to get to the RB. I'm shooting and I'm just boo, boo. It's a son of a bitch, though. I've been exactly where you are a million times with this library that I wrote. I actually managed to come up with a way where you can make a window instantiate in a parallel dimension, as far as I can come up with, because Tkinter. So you tell it, I just want a window. Just give me a regular window, and it pops up a window. That window was made from like the base line of code. You made it from just the root of the program. So now you've got a window that can reference everything that's at root. Now make a window from within the window. So within like the class of the window, override a Windows class and add to it that I want to make a window from that. Now you've got a window that does not actually reference the thing that created it, because a window doesn't have a parent. A top-level window does, but a regular window doesn't have a parent. So it doesn't really have a reference back to the thing that made it, because it's a free operator, but it also doesn't seem to have any reference to the ground, or to root, the actual core of the program, because you made it from a place that was above root. So it doesn't maintain linkage to the thing that created it, and it also doesn't like know how to see the ground. So any variable that exists outside of that window that you created from within a window will be just, you're in a different dimension now. I know you think you're in the kitchen or in your bedroom shouting out, I want some tater tots, Mom, but Mom doesn't exist anymore. You're not even in the house. You're in, Ant-Man is floating past you in the quantum field or something. You're gone. It was one of the things that I ran into trying to deal with just being able to access things that I had created. I'm like, why doesn't this access? And I'm still not sure that that's why I was having the issue that I was, but it's the best explanation I could come up with, was the one with the metaphor about, calling out for your mom to make you tater tots. That was the best that I could do. I'm gonna try a debug and see if that works. So now the message won't show in the console. Why would it? It hates you, clearly. That's how you get to feel, isn't it? That your code hates you. So that is working. This is working. And it's in a good position, and we need just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more of them. I mean, we've got the formula now. So if I just copy pasted, and it's going to be the same font, it's going to be the same everything. We're going to give it a different name, Origin Y for this one, Origin Y. And then we're going to just position it on the X at a different place. So back over here, we look in here, if we wanted this to start, say, about there-ish, then our X is 104. 104. So I'm going to go for 103 to start and see if that fits in. So 103, and that should give us a second place where we can stick text in. Looking good. Looking good. And now we'll need, you know, all the fucking other ones. In fact, just give me another. So this will be for those two. Leave spaces between them. I can't even read those spaces, so why bother? Because it's better. It's better. It's better. It's easier to read. Those two for that, and then what's the next two? They're going to be resolutions, so we'll call them res x. Yeah, res x. Res x, or actually this is going to be res width, res height. So res height, res width. And you're going to be equal to the things. All of that stays the same, but now the y changes. The x will stay the same, but the y will be different. So the y is going to be, and don't ask me why, the y is going to be 65 on these. So 65, nope, 39 is fine. It's going to be 65 for you. Oh, well, this is both for the width. And then with the height, you will be 103 on the X, but you'll still be 65 for the Y, and we click OK, and we pop in, and we now have places to type in here as well. It looks a little low to me. Does it look that way to you? Anyway, this would be 1920 by 1080. Ooh, and the tab works automatically. Oh, thank God. Took care of everything for me. Lovely. So it's working. It's all working. 1920 by 1080. I'll do some zooming in once we like put them all in the positions, and then we'll check that all of the pixels are lined up, you know, perfectly. These both look low. I'm not even going to wait on that. The Y needs to come up, so make it a little bit lower. 64 on each of those. Start it back up, and we got 1920, 1080. Just fine. Just fine, that is. Okay. And now we need one for here, one for here, one for here. So the reset key is now what we're working on. Just copy. Self. Reset key is equal to all of the same things. You don't like being there, okay. And then the position of the reset key is going to be something like that. That's going to be 75 by 186. So 75, 186, and the length of U is probably going to be 3. I mean, this is actually, you know what? This one's not even an entry box. This is going to be a label. Yeah. So, okay. Fun to make something that isn't an entry box. This is just going to be a label. I don't want you updating this manually. You'll be able to click on it, which means I need to create the thing that I've been thinking about creating for the library, which is a mouse-overable, clickable label. I mean, it's not that hard to override a simple label and do it that way, but I've got a lot of use cases that I've imagined for that. But for now, the width of the label does not need to be established. It will become the size that it needs to fill the space that it needs to be. The font will be that stuff. The foreground will be like gray. The BD 0. Justify right. Nah. Justify not at all. Just default justification, which will be left. That's a bad idea. If I do center, and then there's no insert background on a label, and then if I did actually establish width. So the width I'll have, and that actually looks like a pretty good estimation of what width could be from that place, maybe one wider on that, and that would be a width of 45 according to GIMP. So width of 45, and then the text in it is going to be, for now, we'll put in 081 will be the text in there, because that's the key for numpad 3 that I've been using for reset here. It did not actually created an entry box there, did I? But oh, I edited the wrong one. I went and edited the wrong one is what I did there, didn't I? Did you? Reset key, TK, I mean, we've still got height, which is an entry. We got U as a label. Did I copy and paste one? What have I done? Ah, because I called it, I did it, I double placed it. That's it. So reset key, dot place, and now, perfect. Just the way you want it. That's the way you need it, any way you want it. Oh, so this is also established by not pixels, but by characters, which means I'll have space for 3 characters. That's all I think will ever be in there. Okay, but now the whole centering it thing is not worth a damn. So we won't do any justification. We'll just... Yeah, we will, because if you've got space for 3, but you've only got 2 characters in there... In fact, what if I just had the width be 5, then? Centers it in the middle. Nicely. Sorry. It looks a little bit wider than it should be, though. Yeah, let's make it 4, and then let's move it in a little bit. So we'll say, I don't know, 85 on the X. Okay, that's too far in. We'll say 80. That looks centered. For now, close enough is perfect. So 0, 0, 1920, 1080, cool. And then this is going to be something that you can click on eventually. And then when you do click on it, it's going to look like something you could type, right? So if you want to reset the key, you'll naturally go to type there, and then it's going to like pop up a message telling you, you know, what to do. That's not going to fit in this space. Yeah. Okay, I need to be smarter about this. So 5, and then I'm going to make the text say press in all capitals. And then we're going to move it back to 73 instead of 75 like it was before. So you're a width of 5, but you're not fitting. When I've got PRESS, which is 5. Oh, I love you. Oh, you're so good. You're just so good. If I made you 6...
Blade Purple 10 bonus 1 Rise Italy. Il.
Raise it a little? The roof? What was purple bocce ball? Did everyone else here say bocce ball? Oh, it's when she tried to say bonus 1. She said bocce ball. Raise it a little? You think it needs to be up slightly? Yeah, I think you're right. So 185 and also more to the left. 72, 185. Try that. Because that's going to be sort of, I was thinking that would be the message when you clicked on it. It would be press, and then you'd be like, what? And then you'd press a key, and then it would bind that key. This is a bad system, basically. I should have thought about this more. It's not going to be super user-friendly. It is also barely fitting in the space with a width of 6, even though we've just got 5 characters in there. Feeling like restarting on my project. Still nothing. On the RB, add force. Shoot. I'm not a Unity guy. I've Unitied before. What about a change in color when pressed? Yeah, that will actually, I want to write a class for basically a, label that you can press on. It's going to be a button that you can put a word into. And that's going to have to be handled by canvases, actually, because the canvas, you can draw text on it, and it will draw the text over the top of an image underneath it. So I can do tricky stuff like that. But for here and for now, I'm questioning what I was thinking here. I mean, if I said push instead. Push. Shit good. Whatever. Like, for now, we're just shoving stuff in there. Let's finish shoving the stuff in there. Now, I was thinking Python scripters, if you could somehow show me the section of code, but I'm not a Unity guy. I got no better chance of figuring it out than you do, necessarily. And I don't know how you'd get me a chunk of the code either. I don't know. Don't give up on a project just because, like, one variable won't access or something like that, though. Try putting a different, like, a meaningless nothing, instantiate that variable and then call it in the same place, instantiate it wherever you're instantiating RB, and then try calling that this variable wherever it is that you're calling RB that it's failing. Where it's saying, I can't see RB, and then you'll see if it's, like, something to do with namespaces or, where you're instantiating things, or if it literally is RB for some reason. I deleted it all already in anger. But what are you going to do? Nothing worked. Every code I tried, nothing went into the console, even on new projects. Hey, maybe Unity is just throw it out. We'll write ourselves a 3D rendering engine for Python, and then we'll carry on. Let me just stick in the rest of these text things now that we're done with this is the easy bit, so let's do the easy bit. So give me one of these underneath the reset key. What are these going to be? Open it back up so I can see. Oh, it's already open. So it's the host and the port for live split. So we will call it the ls host and the ls port. ls host. You're still going to be width 5, BD, all of those things. You want to be back there. Yeah, none of that needs to change. Then we just need to know where on screen it gets positioned, which is going to be Heatherish, anyway. So it's 53 to 51 is what it's estimating. 53 to 51. And then we'll do the same with ls port. And then we just need to change your y. Your x should be the same. But you, friend, are actually going to be a lot longer than 5. You're going to be 18, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. You're going to be 15 long. And then the port is going to be back to being a 5. I just put it in the wrong place thing. You're going to be a 5. You're going to be a 15. And then your position for this one, from about there, is at the y of 275. Put it in, like so, and then 0, 0, 1920 by 1080. This will all be populated for you. This is if you had to change settings, you'd change settings here. Okay, that's way too long. 192.168.100.101. Yeah, and so it's supposed to be 15 characters, but apparently system is not a unispace character set. Because, dots are taking up, a very small amount of space, which is what's throwing that off. And then the port would be, I think it's typically 16.835. Is that 16.548? I was close. I was close. Where's my program? 16.548. Is that right? Something like that, anyway. So you need to be shorter. We'll say 13. And see how you look. 92.168.100.100. Not long enough. So 14. Also, your justification is actually going to be left for both of you guys. I don't want you being on the right. I want you on the left. And you are extending too far on the right side. I can tell from here. 192, 168, 100.100. Well, you now fit, anyway. God damn it. I need a monospace font, and I was using system in here. Like, this is system. And in GIMP, system is mono. And you can see that the dot is taking up as much space as the 2, as the 9 and everything. It's monospace. So why is system outside? Interesting. Windows, system font, monospace. Is there like a system mono thing? Career new, Lucida Sans typewriter, proportional. Okay. Shipped with Windows 3.1. Okay. Let's try Courier New then. So font Courier New. Is that going to be... Are you going to be okay with Courier like that? And with a space there? I bet you won't. You're not. How do I do that? Do I do like in the parentheses, in the quotations in order to make you do that? No, you don't like that. Expected integer, but got new. Why would you expect an integer? Ah, because you're looking for the next. Alright, so Courier... How the fuck am I supposed to send you that when I need to, like, build it like that? Maybe nested quotes? Expected integer, but got new, so not nested quotes. There's a way to do it. Let's just say Courier. Okay, that's monospace. That's monospace, all right. And is it what I was using in GIMP? No, because the one looks significantly different, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, we'll find a font anyway, eventually. For now, we'll step this down to size 10, because it's a very big one, isn't it? 192.168.100.100. Good God, we'll step this down to 8. Am I stepping it down to the wrong place? Yeah, I'm changing the reset key. I'm an idiot. Back to 12. Courier 10 for you. I'll get around to the other one. Okay, getting close. 9. Fighting pretty hard for a font that probably won't end up being the font that I use, aren't I? Okay, you almost fit. If I set you back to a width of 15, now that you're monospace, this should actually fucking work. There you go. And it didn't break, and it doesn't seem to be overlapping either, so that's good. Kind of a nice font for that, I'll be honest. I'm fine with having it be Courier. Can you do 8.5? It fit fine, I just needed to extend it back to the width that it was supposed to be in the first place. Now that it's monospace, it's not, you know, it's not using the space that it's reserved. So that's another interesting little like limitation of Tkinter apparently, because it's estimating what the size it should make it based on the width of the characters, but it doesn't know what characters you're putting in. So it's giving you the maximum space that you could possibly need. I guess it's not a limitation. That's how you would do it with relative font size. You'd have to do that. You'd say, okay, the maximum size that you'll need on that is going to be this, so I'll make it that long. And then if you don't use the periods, then okay. Yeah. So, but I did want a monospace type font for this anyway. Everything is just really small. But you know, kind of what I was going for, I guess. I guess it has to be. Let's lift that up and push it to the right a little bit. So 250, let's go back to 250 from 251, and let's move in from 53 to 55. pop it back open and see how that looks. 192.100.100.100. That's good. That's good. And the thing is, this value is actually supposed to be localhost. That's what it's going to be for anyone who doesn't need to F with it. So that's what will usually be sitting in there. So let's actually change all of the fonts over to Courier 9, apparently, so that we can have, you know, something that we can rely on. Courier 9, you'll be 5, you'll be 9. Just give me, give me this. Just the inner of the quotation marks, and then we will... And this may not be the final font that I use, but I'm not going to come back to it for a good long time, probably after we get this just, you know, functioning basically. So, you need to shift right now quite a bit to make sense of that. Can I just drop you, get rid of that shit, and then just you sit up over there. I'm going to close you there so that when I reopen you, you will stay there because I make my code good. In fact, just so that I can see what all of this is going to look like with some regularity, I'm going to add in... Ooh, does the entry box have a, like, default value thing? Default. E insert 0. No, it's doing it just like a regular text box, so you got to do the insert command. That's the son of a bitch. I'll do it anyway, just so that I don't have to deal with it. So self.originx is equal to... I'm not going to. It's a bunch of lines of code. It's eventually going to be pulling these values from memory anyway. So we'll do that. We see where it's positioned, and then we want to shift it a little bit to the right on you, which is going to be, let's say, 42 from where you are. How's 42 look? One too far is how it looks. So I'm going to say that that's 41, which means that you will also be 41. And then on this one, let's move you over to 105, and you over to 105, and see if that happened to have worked out. Pretty central. Yeah, pretty centered on those values. Oh, forget it, didn't get around to you yet. Okay, hang on. I just got distracted while I was doing it. I was getting bad. Now I'm back to it. There you go. Reload. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, I put it down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not right. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. You are now also fitting in that space, so I can rely on press like I wanted to in the first place with a width of 5 like it should have. So the press is now there, and it needs to be shifted from 72 in by 76. 76. Yeah, 77? 78. I'm going to say 78. 78. Boom. Now it says press. Okay. It seems to be working. And if we start up here and I type in 001920 by 1080, I'm tabbing through it, which is lovely. I'm just using the longest, you know, set of characters that I could imagine being that somebody wants to put into this field there. And then the port 16348 or something like that. And then tab again, and we go right back to the top. Brilliant. The highlight color is blue, and I can change that. Do I want it to be blue? Do I want it to be something else? I think I'll change it. I will. Which would be the highlight background. Highlight background, I think. If we Control F, highlight background. Yes. Highlight color. Use when the widget has focus. Ah, no, highlight color then is what I want. So, highlight color. I'm running out of space on the same line. Highlight color equals dark red. You okay with that? That worked. That was good. I like that one. Background. Background. This is the origin X. That is the field that we're in. When I'm double clicking to select, it's not listening to me. Okay, maybe I just got the wrong thing. Highlight background, highlight color, highlight thickness. Color used for the insertion color. It's a cursor. Width of the insertion cursor's border. Read-only background color. Ooh, you can set them to read-only? Cool. Select background. Selection background color. Ha! That's the one. And it's select background. Select background. Select background. Dark red. I can't actually read that, so I'm just going to type it again. Select background. I'm going to type it slowly. Thank you. Yeah, it's misspelled. Well, that's what they wanted me to use, so... Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. You know, I just like changing things, I guess. You know, do you hate it? Do you think it shouldn't be? You think I'm an idiot? You're probably right. Comma. 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 You really shouldn't be selected. You're a label. Probably not even a thing you can do. Why am I getting a whole bunch of broken shit? Don't worry about it for now. Just put them all in, put the commas after them. Why? Who started breaking us in the first place? End of statement expected. Here. Is that it? No? Where is it? Line 70. Ah, it was you needed to end there, and you were supposed to go on the line above it. Just to match the others. No, now you hate me again because I didn't put the comma in. Okay, and we're back. Boom. You can't double click that one. Yep. 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 And I will bet anything with these entries that there is a built-in ability to limit the amount of characters that can be put in. So, limit. It does not limit the number of characters that can be typed into the entry field. Default width is 20. Okay, so at the very least what I can do is, you know, create a validate function. And the validate function will be called to check, and I can tell it when it calls to check by the validate command, where I can say validate it every time somebody presses the key. Yeah, key on any modification and all for all situations. Yeah, that's how we'll do for those. But importantly, like this is how the program's gonna look. 1920, 1080. These are the default values that you'll have. Local host, and then whatever this fucking number is that I keep forgetting. 3, 4, 8, 16, 5, 38. I don't know, something like that. But those will be the default values, and that is what that will look like. Click out, click back in, boom. What do you think? What do you think of my program? Looking pretty sexy? Pretty sweet, pretty hotness. Hotness. The settings window is now making, the regular window look just...
May the fifth be with you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Actually, I forgot. I need to dust this thing off once a year, else it's gonna rust up. Okay. Just put that away till next year. Whew. Small Booper Green, how you doing? You showed up at just the worst time because I'm about to go to a live stream break, but there's my program. We went in the course of 2 hours that we've been here on this live stream from this as a graphic design in GIMP that I'd made up over the course of a lot longer than it took to turn it into a UI for that window, just that one. That was the whole day for me. We went from that being just, pixels on a screen to that being pixels on a screen that are actually in a program with functioning mouse over states and tick boxes that I can tick back and forth. Oh, those are so satisfying. I thought those were going to not work and not be visually representative of on-off states and stuff. I just I was struggling with what I was going to do with those. And now that you can actually interact with them, so satisfying to click on those. I mean, it feels like you're actually clicking, moving a dip switch. And everybody knows how fun it is to fuck with a dip switch, right? The button down here buttons like I wanted it to. It's got the mouse over state of blocking the light from above. And then when you click on it, goes in all my own pixel art. Including the little resistors and everything, drags around, stuck to the window, pops up, pops down. The next thing that I want to do with this is I'll put in an animation function. So instead of when you click on here, it just, disappears or appears, this window will always be open, but it will be reduced to a sliver of just this edge is what we want to see. Just that little edge of this stuff that will be right here tucked in. And then when I click the button, I want the width of the window to open up as the innards of the window move to the right. They stick to the right, so we'll change the way that it's anchoring. But it'll be a really simple thing. So you click that button and then it goes when you click it, open, close. And we'll have to write the function to accommodate for the idea that you could click to open it and it would get to here and then you click again and it needs to come back. We don't want it to get out to here and then you click again and then it jumps out here and comes back in. So that's going to be the only real trick to doing the animation for that window sliding in and out. I think it will be relatively easy and it will look hot. Don't worry, I was just lurking on that all that time. Small Booper Green. Looks really cool that your design. I like your work. Thank you. Thank you. It's very neat. It's not particularly functional. Definitely part of my consideration while I was doing this was if this were not a pet project, then I would be looking at this and going, okay, well, that's cool and all. But in terms of the user knowing what to do and that they can click on these areas and things like that, it does not communicate very clearly and in the language that we all already understand. But because it is a pet project, I'm like, fuck it, this is neat. I'm doing it this way. But yeah, that's where we're headed. That's the next thing when we come back from the next live stream break. So we're going to take a live stream break, and when we come back, I'm going to work on the animation for that window. I think that will be fun. We'll produce something very interesting to look at. In the meanwhile, if you need to go somewhere, take a car, take a bike, whatever you do, not on the bus. The song's name is Not on the Bus by the U.S. Army. It's a segue. 7 minutes, pulling Not out. I saved you a minute. Welcome back to twitch.tv/RonanBone live stream on Twitch. Hey, porn section. Chill out. I'm doing it. Shut up. Welcome back to a twitch.tv/RonanPorn live stream on twitch.tv/RonanPorn. Still a Pythoning over here with the GUI, and we've got it all looking the way it's supposed to look. We've got it all taken text the way we want it. We even got a special customized color for when you mouse and you hover, you select. Select background was the argument that needed to be put in. It took me a minute to find out which one it was. We're good. We're good on this, for general operational states. I will want to create a function that limits how many characters you can put into any given box. I guess I'll probably limit it to 6, even though I've only given you space for 5 up here, in case somebody does come up with a reason to have a pixel value, like an origin that's, above 10,000 and negative. Because that's, potential for needing to move things over. Like if I were on the other screen over there, it'd have to be negative 1920 in order to shift the functions of this auto splitter and its screen monitoring capability that direction. So, actually that direction for you guys for what you see, but it's this direction for me because there's a camera involved and it inverts things. But for now, those are the default values that will load up when you first open this program on your own PC, as you all will, because you're all cluster truck speedrunners like I am occasionally. So you're going to want this. Welcome back. So then what we're going to go at, as opposed to like creating the function that's going to do the testing to make sure that you're not typing more than you can type or the wrong kind of characters or things, I'll also be limiting these to only take text and the negative sign, I suppose, that kind of things. What we're going to do is we're going to try and make an animation for this. So when you click this, instead of it just popping up, popping away, withdrawing and being drawn, it will actually slide in and out. So step 1 of that will actually be in the instantiation of my childable window, which is a class that I've created in my library, which if you're liking what you're seeing and you program in Python and you want to be able to make a UI quick and dirty and easy and get her done and also make it look really fucking good, this is my library, guiABLE. It's guiABLE. They're on github.com/RonanPawn/guiABLE with the ABLE, all caps. That's it, and if you want the latest version of it, I just made a slight tweak to it, so that'll be going up eventually, but I do have 2 branches. One of the branches now is a pre-release branch, and the pre-release branch includes all of the code that I'm using for Windows as well. The previous code was just for my various packages of, like, hovering over and button objects and scroll bars. This now includes also the code that makes this window without a top border, without any sideboard, no top bar, no borders, but also actually has at the bottom a taskbar handle, which is not a usual thing when you take the top bar off of something. Has the ability to load up a tab image, so that while you're tabbing, you actually see, like a representative image of the program, or rather like a logo or something. The best I could do, given the hack that's required in order to make this possible, was to give you like an image space that when you mouse over something down here, you get an image. And that's just a placeholder image. That's just the Ronan Pawn logo. But eventually it'll, when you mouse over this, it'll pop up Split RP. Nice little logo there. And when you tab, it'll say Split RP there. Because I had to. Because what I'm doing is faking. Let's just get rid of the stuff on the back there. I'm faking this taskbar entry with a second window that's always in the minimized state, and then when it tries to unminimize, it's invisible, so you can't see it anyway. There's a lot of stuff that went into that, especially being able to make it drag from one window to the next, and the taskbar actually moves with it. There's a whole bunch of shit that went into that, and you don't have to think about it at all if you visit me today at github.com/RonanPawn/guiABLE. You can download the pre-release, and if you wait a couple of hours, then I'll probably update the pre-release branch with the update that we just made here, which is just to hoverables to make them work a little bit better. What are you actually trying to create? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, Small Booper Green. Should I, just for like some fun, actually show you the program in operation? Because we're just working on the GUI right now, but the core of it has been done for weeks now. This is an auto splitter for speedrunning Cluster Truck. So, I'm gonna get... Donate today to the Ronin Pawn at github.com/guiABLE. I'm gonna get, no, not that, live split. Yeah, we'll get live split on screen. We'll have the input overlay on screen. Python, do you actually have a linkage anymore to this? You don't. Let me make a linkage to that real quick, because it'll be, and while we're waiting on that, I'll go ahead and start up the program. I want you to link to... you don't, do you? You calculator, live split, task manager, Reaper Chrome, foobar, cluster truck. Those are the match title. Window title must match. You're not giving me the option to link directly to that. Okay, well, F it. F it. So my program will not be on screen while this is running, but you will be seeing the effects of it in live split right there. So this is what this program does. Shoot, I really want it on screen. Is it window capture? What do you link to? You link to foobar? Damn it. I think I'd have to export it for it to do what I want it to do. If I make a little total window grab display capture for us, and then I just, okay, so hang on here, you're going to see all the stuff that I usually see. So not that, but this. That's what you're going to see for a second here, and then I'm just going to, that's my second screen. That has all of the things that make the live stream possible. Pull you up. Something like that. So it's not a perfect grab of it, but, you know, close enough. So there's the program running. When we get into Cluster Truck, you'll see that it says we returned to the game window. If I click back out of it, the game window is not active above me there. Click back in, return to the game window so it detects those things. When I step through the program, you'll see that now we are in the ready to begin state. If I back out, it'll go into standby mode. This program is watching the screen to see and actually doing analysis, taking screenshots and doing analysis of the screen to see what screen we're actually on so that it knows what to do and when to do it. We are on the screen that you have to start the game from if you're coming in from out, you know, from not already in the game. So it knows that if it doesn't see this screen, then it should start the run. It knows that the next thing will be the actual starting of a run, and it hasn't started anything right now, clicking back and forth, changing worlds back and forth, left and right. It's matching all of these images 60 times per second, and it's making a match, and if it didn't, it would immediately start the run, so we know that it's working perfectly. If I start a level, it immediately starts running. Now the timer has started because it loaded, you know, it recognized that we've entered the game. So, if I run to the end of the game, hands off, two things just happened. One, it fired a split, so now the timer, you know, live split is now registered that that was how long it took me to get through level 1. The other thing is it automatically clicked the next level button for me so that I didn't have to do anything to get out of that level complete screen. It's going to do it again right now, and we're into level 1-3, and it fired another split. It's 60 times per second. It's checking to see if we're still, you know, if it should be firing a split. Yeah! Oh, that was not a good one. That was an alright one, 7.07. I am a speedrunner, so it matters to me how fast I can go through these levels. No, shoot, maybe, no, that's kind of slow. 11.3, 11.3, yeah, okay, 1.6 now. Let's do it. Nope, messed it up. I'm gonna go for the backup. Yeah, good backup, 7.7 through there. Now 1.7, we're going into 1.7. I'm gonna get low, I'm gonna get fast. Yeah, Nope, missed it. Missed it. All right, going for the backup. Going for the backup. Manage the backup. We got through there alive. Anyway, it wasn't quick, but we got through there alive. Boom, boom. Off the side of you, to the front of you, run off the side of you. Take the jump there, to the front, off the thing, jump into the goal. We're in the goal. It's a 1-9 now. We're in a 1-9. We're gonna go up the side of this hill. Dip, and we go up, go immediately into the ghost pops. Oh, this is gonna be a beautiful one. 10.4 out of there. That rarely ever happens, friends. That rarely ever happens. You were here, you saw it first, right here on the Ronan Pawn channel, twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Boom! And if I pause the game, it's also watching for the pause menu, so you see it paused the timer for me automatically because I've paused the game. If I go back into the game, it starts the timer again. If I tab out of the game, it also pauses the game for me. If I tab back in, it immediately unpauses the timer. Those are the functions of the auto splitter, and it's been working for quite a while now. May still be not so much a bug, but a flaw in the pattern. Haven't seen it myself, but I have AJ, another speedrunner of Cluster Truck in the community, has a copy of it, and he's reported some issues back that I don't understand how or why. But other than that, it seems to be working perfectly. We just went through 10 levels. It didn't miss a single one. It didn't accidentally fire an extra split. Just boom, every time. Every time. So that's what we're actually working on here today. And because I tabbed out, because I left the game area, it started the timer running again. You know, if you're paused, then you're paused, okay? You know, you got a phone call during your speedrun, you pause. The other thing about Live Split that's cool is that while I've been recording this, my program has been feeding Live Split information about in-game time. So it pauses when it pauses, and it, you know, during the level complete screens too, when it's automatically clicking the next level button, it pauses time there because I can't play the game. You know, I'm just waiting for the level complete screen to finish. But the cool thing about Live Split is if I go to compare against and I pull up real time, it never stopped the real-time timer. It started the real-time timer when we started the run, and it just fires splits to the real-time timer. So the real time is being recorded at the same time as the in-game time, which is actual playable time in the game. So it covers all the bases for what you could possibly want. I'm going to go back to game time, and we see that we're still paused. I jump back into the game, and it immediately starts running again. I've got my program along with Live Split bound to the numpad 3 key, so when I press 3, I beat some of my best times. Oh, what time was that? Cancel the update because I want to see. It was 1-9. I got a new PB on 1-9, at least in these splits. I got a new gold in 1-9 because I told you that was an amazing run up the side of that hill. I was like, you know, you saw it here first and was being silly. That was an incredible set of moves there. You don't usually get that opportunity. So yeah, absolutely bank that time. Hell of a time I put in. So yeah, we will now get all of this crap back off of the screen. So window capture, wrong window capture, you stop existing. It did. And then there's the program actually running. Oh God, pay no mind to that. It's not actually happening on my screen. Interesting. Very interesting. OBS picks up things that don't get seen otherwise. Is that because, let's see, if we get rid of Live Split, window capture. Yeah, the window capture is bound to the wrong window. That's what's going on there. So it's actually showing us what is in this window right now when I mouse over it, because it's tapped straight into that window OBS has. So that's something that wouldn't happen normally, but I've made a certain thing that was watching that. So I'm going to get rid of that. Boom. You're gone as well. Beautiful, lovely. Lovely, brilliant. Back to the code then. So, wait. EJ did this before? AJ 213, I think. I think it's 213 he goes by. He was working on an auto splitter and he hit a brick wall he was trying to like look directly at the memory in Cluster Truck to see what was going on in the game, and the memory locations are a little random and a little variable. So it'll work on one machine in one session, and then maybe you restart, or maybe you go to a different machine, and those memory locations will be different, and he couldn't find a way around that. And this was an idea I'd already had, was for, a screen monitoring solution. So I started working on this because I wanted to. And he's the guy who I've shipped out a copy of the earliest code to, him and Noah Craw, who wrote our bot here, where if I pull up some wisdom, I've spent all my life thinking and I'm tired of it. I want to see results. He's very dark and depressive, Nobit is. But so Noah's also got a copy of this because he's speed runs the game occasionally. But the GUI no one has a copy of because I've been working on it for 2.5 weeks because I decided to write a library when I should have just been finishing up the auto splitter. Hey, what are you gonna do? So we're gonna work on the animation now that we've come back from a half-hour divergence. The childable window in my guiABLE class. Do I have in this class, if I, self and then self winfo width -5? Those are the, okay. So if I just put a comma in and see what else it takes. Visible. It does take a visible argument, and that's what I was hoping for. So visible, I want you true. You're going to start out and always be like, you're going to instantiate visibly. So boom, it's up immediately. That's the first thing that we want to happen. Now what we want is when it instantiates, we actually want it to be, we're going to have to grab it and shove it somewhere. Actually then, maybe we don't have it appear. Well, we'll leave it true and then we'll see about that. So right now I'm controlling whether or not it pops up using this pushable from my class, and the pushable is going to be settings button or something. Config button, that one. And the function that it's calling is self.settings.visible. So I could override my own class's function, within this line of code and that kind of thing. But I'm going to do this the way that someone who doesn't know my code and who's using the library would do it, and also the way that makes the most sense probably, which is I'm going to write my own function. So we're going to say, shall we make this a function of the, yeah, so we'll say self dot animate settings is what we'll call the function, and we will be calling it. No, because that'll, well, actually, that will call it once the first time that it loads up, which might be exactly what we want it to do. Probably not, though. Probably not. As I'm thinking about that, I'm going to want this to not instantiate true when we pop it open. But okay, so what did I call that? I called it animate settings. So new function down here, in the right place, define animate settings. And what we want to happen here is it's always going to be visible. So maybe first thing that we'd check is if settings, if self.settings is not, if self.settings.visible, right? So if not self.settings.visible. Oh, I don't have a, okay, do I have a public variable for that? Because that's a function. So do I have a public variable for the childable window? Window, it's just, I know where it is. I'll just scroll down to it. It's down here, childable window. Self.visible, it's a private variable. Aha. What was I thinking when I did that? So equal to bool if bool is not, none else. So this is, I can set, through this little thing, I can set the visibility by saying visible true, visible false. But right now it's saying that if I don't send anything in, then it will toggle the state. What it should do instead is return the value. Yeah, okay. So I'm just going to lose this. If bool is not none. If bool is none, then... So self.visible equals bool if bool is not none. Else, what we want to happen is we want to return self.visible. And you're probably not going to like that, are you? Yeah, the code is unreachable. No, it's not, because this is an if and an else. But do you not like that because this is supposed to be setting something equal to? It's probably not. Probably not going to work that way. So if bool is not none, then do this. Else. Wait, it might have... fuck it. Else return self.visible. Okay, so if bool is not none, self.visible equals bool, else return self.visible, and then self.deiconify, so it'll only do that if, yeah. So now we'll be able to get the value out of there. So if not self.settings visible, it should return the state, which will be either a true or a false. So if it's not visible, then we make it visible. Self.settings.visible true. So that'll be the first thing we do. We make sure that it's visible if it isn't. From then on, what we want... We kind of need to instantiate this too. Can I actually make this in such a way? This might work. From the childable window, when I tell it the width that I want it to be, and I am telling it the width I want it to be, right? I'm telling it position, but I'm not telling it the width to be, and it is simply expanding to fill the space. No, I am telling it. I'm telling it right here. So if I were to say instead, make the width 10 pixels. 10 pixels. What do you look like then? It's popping out from the side, but it's doing so from the wrong side. So, when we do the backgroundable, everything would have to be attached to the backgroundable, which is fine. I can do that. That's actually the purpose of a backgroundable. Don't know why I didn't do that. If we set the anchor equal to the tk.east, so the right side of the thing. Okay, you don't accept an anchor. What do you accept? What does place accept? Do you accept it down here? You do accept it down there. And now we've got a white empty space. Give me 200 again, just so I can see what's going on here. Okay, so now you're attaching to that side, but not... So the leading edge of you is attaching to the east. So it's basically my background image is here, right now, off screen. What I want is for the far edge of it to attach to that. So it's not the anchor then. It's going to be what? I don't think you take sticky. I don't think you get sticky. I think that's a grid thing and not a place thing. Yeah, it doesn't like sticky there. Shoot. I just don't know the right thing or the right place to put it. To stick it. Okay, well, having taken that out, if I restart it, then we see the whole thing. But I want all of this to be attached to the right edge. So, TK? No? What do you got here? Tell me about your Tkinter book. Talk to me about just Windows. The tk.tk. Application Windows. Just give me the configs. It's one of those pages that doesn't. I don't want to read all your freaking articles, everything you have to say about it. All right, so Tkinter window, or rather like anchors justify, not the labels, how to justify text, how to like anchors, but it's not anchor. There's another thing. There's like anchors and justifies and Tkinter anchors. Oh, that's a good one. I was gonna say there's nothing on this page. Yeah. If you use center, the text will be centered horizontally and vertically. Anchor northwest will position the text so that the reference point is northwest corner. So maybe by attaching it to the west, I want its far edge to be attached to that. And I feel like there's two things. I just can't remember the other one. Because they're all sort of convoluted in my head anyway. Let's go to the label widget and see about its different things, because we've got, maybe it'll remind me of what I'm trying to think of. So, compound, no. By the way, anchor? Anchor. Where in the text or image the thing should be located? Should it stick to this side? Should it stick to that side? You know what? It's actually correct, isn't it? I just need to bind everything within a frame within
You come
the
here
window.
all the time. Here's one for free.
Just come here adore sub and living again to get into bed.
Thank you very much, Evil Donner Balkan. It's a good time to just be going somewhere else, because there's bullshit ahead. Have a good rest, and I thank you for your continued support. Is that about the size that we wanted? Was it 176 or 178? It's 176, I believe. Let's try 177 and see the little sliver of white that'll still be there. Yeah, it's 176. Just trying to bear that in mind. So what I want to do is actually, if I were to bind the, and then, you know, with, So would the idea be, I've got the window, if I created a frame that was stuck to the right, and then I anchored, no, within that frame, if I stick myself to the right on that, will it be within? Backgroundable is a frame to start with, and then it's got a text box within it. I think. I might have gotten rid of that. What's a backgroundable again? It is a frame, and then it's got the canvas, the text box is the canvas. Yeah. 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 I'm always like thinking 9 steps ahead of myself, and it slows me down, but it also saves me. I don't know. It's just the way that I work. It's just the way that I work, to think way too many steps ahead. But what I'm sitting here thinking about is, specifically how to get this window to disappear in the way that I want it to, because obviously we want the leading edge to be the one that's still visible when it collapses. So I need all of this shit to stick itself to the right side, and then when this collapses, for it to disappear, off screen left off of the text. Whereas right now, when we change the width to, say, 20, none of the stuff that I've put in here is moving, because it's all been placed. That's the thing, it's all been placed. So it's stuck to it, and it's not going to move referentially. Aha. So if I were to pack it, instead, if I were to pack this and give it no indication of where to pack it, then the pack automatically expands the window. Okay. And there's an override for that. And the override for that is settings dot fuck. I was hoping that it would give me an idea. If I did a tk.tk dot, not override direct, but it is a frame. No. What is it? It's actually relevant to pack, isn't it? Pack propagate. So if I set the pack propagate in settings dot pack propagate self dot settings dot pack propagate, and then set that to false, I think, before I actually pack it. Well, and then when I pack something to it, it didn't propagate it. See, so if I set this back to true, it will change the size of the thing based on what's, inside of it. If I set it to false, then it doesn't necessarily do that. Okay, so we're on the path. Now the things are being packed in. Now with pack, can I sticky you? I don't know that I can sticky with pack. I think it's a grid thing specifically. Let's try it though. tk.east. We want it stuck to the east side. Yeah, you don't like that. Sticky is not a thing. It should be after anchor, before expand fill, in iPad, pad this, pad that. I could actually do this with padding, couldn't I? You could control the padding instead. Ooh. Before we go on to that, though, let's see if anchor works now that we're doing pack. I can't imagine that it would, but no. No? Doesn't change it at all, presumably because we don't have enough space for it to try and anchor to something. So then, let's say I were to make this be larger than it needs to be at 200. Yes. So it's just not sliding past that. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. So I can stick you to the right side, and you will do that, but you won't collapse past the origin pixel. Of course you won't, you little prick. All right, so make it 20. And let's do this with padding then, I think. So if I were to put in... Is this going to work here? Probably not, huh? Pad X. Is it underscore X? Pad X 50, just to see what happens. All right, it's pad. No, it's iPad, inner pad. Okay. And with no underscore. See, that's why it gets fucking confusing, because one of them's pad underscore and one of them's iPad without an underscore, and maybe none of them have underscores. And I'm just being stupid. So iPad X, but let's put it on exclusively one side. You can put in the padding in, left and right. So if I put it on just one side, 50 and then 0... did I put a comma? Must be positive screen distance. Why don't you do that? Okay, so padding for the pack function is different than padding for the rest of the functions. So I can't say left and then right on iPads. Tkinter iPad X. iPad X. How many pixels to pad widget horizontally and vertically inside widget's borders, but you don't say anything. Let's see, pad X, pad Y. Outside of the borders. But you don't say anything about being able to split those values and have a different iPad on one side or the other. iPad X left. What do you got here? So the iPad won't take a value that's apparently one side or the other. Well, maybe it will, but I'm not finding that. iPad Y equals 30. And then if you do it within the grid pack via pad X and stuff. What was the last... Let's do this. Let's just do iPad. And then it will tell me what I can put in. So it does accept pad X and pad Y. You fucking bastard. Pad X, there you go. Okay. So now we've got 50 that's pushing it off, so it can't be seen. If we were to do it the other way now, nothing. We get nothing. Nothing. That's weird, isn't it? If I put 1 in, and then I put 0 from the other side. So it's not drawing it. It's not drawing it because it's not in the space that it needs to be drawn in, so it's not, and it won't. Oh, it's so fun. Oh, it's so fun, Tkinter. This is why I've written my own library, because all this kind of shit comes up. Transition the window from behind an invisible object. Or translate. Translate. That's, yes. Can we ask questions, says Drew Clayman. Sure. How do you limit the amount of rows using CSS grid without having to do max height? Okay. CSS grid, limit the number of rows without max height. I don't know. The CSS actually, like, do a grid thing? I'm actually pretty fluent in CSS when I'm doing it, but is like whenever I've done like a grid kind of thing, it's always been with tables, and tables are more HTML, and then the CSS controls them. I obviously am the wrong person to ask, aren't I? How do you limit the amount of rows using CSS grid without having to do max height? I don't know. I'm struggling to get just this. This is so curious, though, isn't it? I mean, this is the kind of stuff that comes up with Tkinter. Tkinter is saving memory and CPU operations by not drawing something, obviously, that's not on screen. A very reasonable choice to make, but that's actually not how Windows works these days. Windows takes, like, any window that you've got, when you've got, like, this over top of that, this window exists in memory. Like, you could imagine it being off screen, and it's always drawn in its full state, or at least the last time it was drawn in its full state. Windows doesn't draw, like, this over top of that anymore. It used to. It used to be the way all UIs worked, but not anymore. Whereas Tkinter is still doing, like, this, I've got a window, but since it's this small, I don't have to draw the things that are inside of it, so I didn't. Which means I will have to do this a different way than controlling padding as well. I knew it was going to be... I didn't. I thought it was going to be simple to get this done. So if we go back to setting bg dot place, at least we can go back to the way that I started, and then I'll have to actually sit here and think about it as opposed to just hurtling my mind and body at it like an idiot. So I could have that window forced below and then just control its position. I could have the whole window built and then just lower, because you can lower or lift a child window, and I could make sure that it is always lowered. That kind of F's with a lot of what I've done in my library, though, because my library accounts for the idea, if I put this back to like the way that it's supposed to be, which is 176, I think we said, on the width, my library accounts for the idea that you've got a child window, and then you click on something else. When you click down here, the child window needs to come to the front along with the parent window, and that won't happen in Tkinter natively. It will lift the parent window, but it won't lift the child window on its own. So my library assumes that every child on its list is going to have to be lifted when it becomes active, which means I will be fighting my own library to get this thing to be behind this thing. I mean, it needs to be lifted, but can I lift it and then put it behind me? See, it's a top window, and a top window wants to be on top. So the answer to my questions is no, probably not. Also, I didn't want it to be behind. I wanted it to be like slightly above, and then it slides out, so it wouldn't be, that would be a cheat on even what I wanted to accomplish. Let's see. My room is a mess. Should I clean it or code? Another good question. Do rooms have a clean function? I always thought that had to do with HTML and not the room. I'm clearly not the one to ask. If you could see behind the magnificent green screen, I'm definitely not the person to ask about cleaning your room. But yes, you should clean your room. It will help you code. Having a cleaner space to do anything in is always a benefit, which is why I can't figure out what I'm doing right now. I saw an ant in my shower and everything is a mess. This is Drew Clayman. Yeah, you should do a little bit of cleaning, I suppose. Ants are not fun at a picnic or otherwise. I had a colony of ants come up next to the house, and they were just crawling all over the basement windows, looking for stuff, and I didn't like that because they were gonna find a way, and the basement is not that airtight. So, in that situation, what do you do? The worst thing about ants is that at some point you have to, make a commitment to do something about them. And my commitment involved a lot of bleach and feeling bad about what I was doing while I was doing it. But God damn it, I'm not going to have you in my basement colonizing. So, yeah, that's the worst thing about ants, is they put you in an awkward moral position. I'm sorry, ants, but could you just piss off? And they're like, yes, but no, because we don't know what you're talking about. We're just walking around looking for little morsels of food to take back to our queen. Or however that caste system works. It's sad. Did I make you sad with my ants story? Because that's what I was going for. How often do you wash your sheets, says Drew Clayman. You're supposed to use sheets? Oh my god, the stains on my mattress. Now I get it. Ants don't live long, says Drew Mason. Certainly not when you pour bleach. Well, actually, they most of them seemed fucking fine. That's the other bad thing about ants. You finally, get over the moral hump of, what am I going to do with these thousands of living creatures that are going to create a nuisance for me, and you decide, I'm going to kill them with toxic chemicals, and then you drag them out against your own, heart and soul. You don't want to do it, then you do it, then they're just like, bleach, this tastes good. You're like, what, you won't even die now? Come on! I was making a moral sacrifice. You can't even have the, common decency to fall over dead? They're rough riders, is the thing. They're rough. How the fuck am I gonna do this? So, I think still the concept is solid. It's a good idea. I think I'm just gonna have to get a little bit more crazy with it. Which is to say, if I wrap everything in a frame and then have that frame bind to the window on the east, then let's see how that works, which means changing everything that I've written, but just in a specific place. So if we make the BG should actually do this for us. That's what I was testing. I couldn't get it to work that way. The BG is a frame. Okay, so if the BG is a frame and I were to attach everything to the settings background, the backgroundable, all I need to do is prove the notion of the backgroundable being able to move the way I want it with the thing. And that's what we were just doing, but I just didn't have a clear thought of it. So now we're going to do the exact same thing again, stupidly, because now at least I know what I'm going for. Settings BG dot, not place, but what's the other one that you do? You don't, grid is one of them, sure. Children focus, no. Pack, it's pack. Pack it, and you just wanna, if I put it in here to anchor tk.east, and then I pack it to the window, and then we've got the propagate on false. You won't accept an anchor in the frame. The frame won't anchor to the window? Okay, not that way anyway. I'm surprised at that. I still don't understand where the anchors work and where they don't work, because they work sometimes in some places and not in others. So the anchor will work down here. Our propagate Okay, which means now we've set this back down to 20. Propagate is false. And it's anchoring east, but it's not, is the thing. But it's not. Like, if it's anchored to the window on the east, not the west, and if I change it to west, we get the same exact result. So you're lying about what you're doing there, because you're not actually anchored to the east. If you were, you being a frame and then containing the thing that contains the background should be stucky to it. Let's try gridding it. Grid, griff, we'll griff it too. If we grid it, what did you do? I don't know. I don't know, but everything's broken now. So if I grid it, and then I say the row is 0, and the column is 0, and then I sticky, because that's where that works, tk.east, you, as a grid, pushed it right out. You just went and pushed it out. Our width is 20, but even though I've changed the pack propagate, I'm going to change it to false, you override the ability of that. Could I, you know what, leave that there, but could I, like, override the, I guess it's going to be different than, I wonder, is there a grid propagate? Dot grid propagate. There is a grid propagate. Okay, well then let's try that, because there are 3 different methods, place, pack, and grid. So if we grid propagate, and then we do that, okay, but you still didn't do the sticky to the east thing. Still not doing it. It's lying about what it's doing. Unless the east of the window is currently at 0, 0. I mean, that's what it has to be for the east. Like, the width of the window, the width of the grid, rather, that's been built into the window is still 0 right now, or something. Let's try throwing in an anchor just so that it'll throw an error and show me the other things that I can put in. So, column, span. Column span, yeah. In iPad X, iPad Y, pad X, pad Y, row, span, or sticky. Yeah, I'm using the sticky. Ha. Ha, 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 ha. And on the pad X, when we do 10, we found that it didn't draw it. Yeah, it doesn't actually draw. Now, if we do it in the other direction, so we go 10, 10, or no, 0, 10, rather, it doesn't draw on the other side. What? Did I need an extra parenthesis. Hello? Hello? If I do 20. Okay. When I do 30, it's going to... Are we moving it? Are we actually moving it now? No, we're not. It's not drawing it, it's not pad Xing it, it's not doing shit on the other side of it. Dodging and weaving around Tkinter. So, all the ways that I've thought of doing this that were like the stock standard, oh, sure, you could do it that way, not working. Not doing, not working. Not working, not doing. I need to prove the concept of being able to have a frame that is right aligned, basically. Does anything have an align function? Line property. Line tk dot right. No, you don't like the idea of a line for a frame. Let's go look at the methods for a frame. Tkinter frame widget at fbot. So, methods. Background, border width, BD class, color map, container. Don't know what a container is. Thank you for that explanation right there. Container, default is 0, container. Cool, now I understand. Cursor, height, highlight background, highlight color, highlight thickness, pad X, pad Y, relief, take focus. If true, the user can use the tab key to move to this widget. Visual, no default value. That's interesting. Frame, Tkinter frame, visual. Visual specifies visual information for the new window in any of the forms accepted by tk-get-visual. If this option is not specified, the new window will use the same visual as its parent. Visual option may not be modified with the configure widget command, so it's an instantiated thing. Class specifies a class for the window. The class will be used when querying the option database for the window's other options. It will also be used later for other purposes such as bindings. The class option may not be changed with the configure widget command. So that's not, neither of those seem to help me particularly, unless this tk-get-visual is the place I want to go. Translate from string to visual. Yep, no. No. I don't think so anyway. It could be, but it's not smelling the way that I want it to smell anyway. So the problem is that Tkinter, as far as we've seen in our experiments, is not supporting the idea of binding objects to the right side of a window and then having it move with the right side. I'm sure it does that with the left, no problem, just default static, operation. But binding it to the right side of the window is not doing it. Did you notice that the keys bottom bars is next to you? What? The keys bottom bars is next. What's a keys bottom bars? And is it trying to stab me? Is something sneaking up from behind? What are you talking about? Animation example in Tkinter. Oh God. What are you doing? It's a very simple thing it's a very specific thing rather that I'm trying to do. This is going to be for canvas drawing, not applicable. Keyboard, I mean. Oops, did you notice the keyboard bottom bar? The screen overlay? Oh, this thing? This majigger? Okay. I'll knock it down. Input overlay. Yeah, that's for drawing to Tkinter canvas there. My thing is that I want to let's just animate the width. We'll start with that, and then we'll get some, we'll actually look like we're getting somewhere anyway. So we'll start with just animating the width. So if not self-settings.visible, self-settings.visible, when we do the animate, we want to animate settings to, it's going to be specific to the window. Yeah, fuck it, I'll hard code it. So it's going to be to 176. So first thing we'll probably want to do is self.settings. Update the idle task to make sure that the actual widths and heights and things are going to be the actual ones. And then we'll just, I don't know, I'll grab it. Self.settings. winfo width. So we'll set width equal to that, just to have it in a convenient variable while I'm thinking this through. If width is less than 176, then yeah, I'm not going to be able to use that anyway, am I? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, just do it long form. So if the width of settings is less than 176, which is the full expanded size of it, then self.settings.w info width plus equal to 1, so we'll add 1 to its width. What? Can't assign to function call. Oh, well, that's the actual, yeah. So configure width equals that plus 1. You mind that? Are you okay with that? Okay. So we'll send the configuration through to ask it to get a little bit wider for us. And then we just need to set like a timer for this. So we'd say maybe like self.settings.after 10 milliseconds animate self.animate settings, and we'll call back on ourselves. We'll loop on ourselves. And if we're going to be looping on ourselves, then once we're equal to 176, we will just return. We'll break out of all of this and stop this function. Now, in the other instance, well, this will be just to expand it. We'll just start there. We'll just start there. So we update the idle tasks, and then we check it to see if it's as big as we want it to be, and then if it's not, then we add 1 to it, and then after 10 milliseconds, we call this function again. And so it'll stay in this function right up until we are equal to 176, and then it will return and break out of this function. Yeah, something like that. So animate settings is being called when we click on the little config bar. Click on it, and okay. So let's shove in here a self.settings.update. So we do the configure, then the update. Click on it. So there you go. It did it, and it also, like, it got to the 176. In fact, but, like, watch how long the button stayed active. If I click it again, it does nothing because we're already there. Yes, good. Start it, but watch how long, like, it stays active. Watch how long it stays red. Oh. But see how long it was, like, I couldn't access it, is actually the interesting part there. So, boom, we're red. Aha. Aha, so I'll show it to you again while I mouse over. Now, why is it doing that? You know? So I'm actually quite interested to see maybe... Yeah, we do this before. In fact, could I do this as an update idle tasks? Probably not. Update is the one that actually draws it. But you see how long it keeps doing that? So, print still in. Click. If I had it be 1, it's like it does it and then the after thing is happening, which is weird. If I just took it out entirely, the delay. Oh, did I take out the wrong one? Oh, right, well, because you need to be calling it. Right, so there you go. If I just took out the delay entirely, it just pops open. It just pops open as fast as it possibly can. So there's a simple animation for us. Let's make it twice as fast. Let's make it 3 times as fast. Make it 4. Okay. So 5 even. Okay, now it's starting to jump, beyond where it should jump beyond. So once it does that, we need an extra test at the end to see if self.settings is less than 176, else if self.settings.winfo settings.winfo width is greater than 176, then self.settings.configure width. Nope. You put in, I put 1, and you put 1, and we all put 1. Self dot no, it's equal to 176, and then self dot settings dot update idle tasks. That should be enough, I would think. In fact, could I, now that I'm not doing the after thing, no, it just pops out immediately. So we do need to fire the update on each one of those. There you go. So it pops open nicely. It's still a little slow for my tastes. I want it to just pop out, Yeah. Maybe a little bit slower than that, something where you can appreciate the animation, but it's gonna, the thing that makes it look really cool is when it, slides out, because it starts from the edge and that kind of deal. But that's about, that's how complicated I thought this was going to be, was just get this stuff attached to the side and then do that, and then write it in the opposite direction as well. How wrong I was. So we've got, if we're less than 176, then we do that. If we're greater than 176, then we do that. You know what? Instead of calling the animate settings, I should just drop us into a loop here, because I'm going to have to do that with the other one too. So if we're less than 176, then we're going to, while, and in fact, I won't even have to do the if, will I? While self.settings. God, I just keep having to type this stuff, don't I? Self.settings.winfo width is less than 176. Yeah. I don't need the if. We'll just put it into a while loop. 6, then do these things. And then if it's greater than set it direct to, sure. Do that. So we need to lock it into an, I need to do an if statement to see if it's equal to 176. And if it is, then we know we're shutting. So let's just start with that one. If this, but the other way, is equal to 176, then while this, but with the space there, is greater than, what do we want, 20 for now? 20. Then we will do this, but in the other direction, which is -6. And then we'll force the update. And then we don't need that anymore. And that's all that really needs to happen. And then we could actually, since we already had to do the if test for this one, we can else into this while. And then the last thing that happens is the if check to make sure that if we're greater than 176, then we're equal to 176. Actually, no. This would need to be in here too. Once we fall out of the while loop, we'd do that. Meanwhile, we do a very similar thing, except for in the instance that we are that we've gone less than the 20 that we want to be. If we're less than 20, then we're equal to 20. And now it should work in both directions. There you go. There you go, my friends. I think I want it more like 10. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Which means I'll have to add that to the... Is that 10? 10 is a lot. 10 is a lot, then. Looking for more like 5. Thank you. Oh. Because it's not being set there. There we go. Now. Open it, close it. That's more like what I want. Just a little bit of an edge sticking out like that. It's cool. Looks neat. Not right now, because it's got to be the other direction. I mean, it kind of looks cool like that, too. But so over here, when we actually instantiate the thing, it would also be at 10. And that way, when it's open, it's open. And the only problem now is that I want all of that to, like, you know, be bound to the right side, is what we're looking for. For it to be everything in here, like this should be drawn in this little 10 pixel space. So this is like precisely how complex I thought this was going to be. I just need to figure out whatever, like, is there a method in Tkinter where I can bind everything to the right side of the window? To the right side of the window. Now I have to, like, go left to go right because there's camera and it inverts things. I totally Zelda got that, by the way. What a point hog. Back to good old 1955. 1979. Cool kids never have the time. Now right across the street, you and I should meet. I like Smashing Pumpkins, and I liked his vocals too. But it is fun to make fun. Yeah, so how the fuck am I gonna... I mean, we just tested a bunch of different ways that would be a thing that could be done. Cause I don't even care, baby zipper. What if the problem is that your mama? What if it's that your mama, or yo mama, rather? Because everything in my library has been placed. It gets placed at 0, 0. It doesn't get packed. It doesn't have referential bullshit going on. It gets placed, which should be fine, so long as the thing that everything is wrapped in is put the way that it needs to be. You know? I should be able to place everything onto a something, and then make that something a pack that's referential that will move to the places that it needs to move to. Yeah. Yeah. But that's what we were doing here. We changed the grid propagate, and we tried it with a grid, and it wouldn't stick to the right side of a grid. And we tried the pack propagate, and it wouldn't stick to the right side of a thing. What I haven't tried is putting it in a frame. So let's try putting everything into a frame.
Setdown 1979. Cool kid never have the time on a line right up of the street UNE should meet Junebug. Skipping like a stone with the headline pointed at the dawn we were sure we'd never see an enter. Eat all.
Eat all. I was waiting. I was waiting. So those are the lyrics, huh? Because that's one of the reasons why I do it where you can't actually tell what I'm saying, because I don't know all of them. Shakedown 1970, cooking. So on a live wire, right up off the street, you and I should meet. June bug skipping like a stone. Headlights pointed at the dawn. The dawn? I would have just thought like road, you know? You and I should meet. Junebug skipping like a stone. Headlights pointed at the road. I mean, it's a slant rhyme, but road is a lot closer to stone than dawn is to stone, right? And then we were sure we'd never see an end. What? Junebug skipping like a stone, headlights pointed at the dawn. We sure never see an end to it all. And I don't even get to shake these zipper blues. We don't know why this stuff's stuck in our throats. We should stop doing that thing that gets stuff stuck into our throats. And poured cement, lamented and assured. Ooh, that's a cool little rolling rhyme. I like that one. Whatever your name was from the what's his name? Smashing Pumpkins? Dave. Everybody's named Dave, aren't they? Jim. Jim is what I usually go to. The hell was his name? Bald Pale Guy. Bald Pale Guy. That's what it was. How do I do this? I haven't tried sticking it to a frame, but my whole point was that this is a frame. This is an object within a frame. So if I could move this the way that I want this to move, then movie move move. Movity move move. Movily move move. Movity move. I could do, if everything is attached to the background, then I could control the X's background as we're moving shit. I could his X and send it negative. Is one way that I could do it. That would be simple and feel really cheaty and shit. But let's do that to start with. So when we are expanding it, that actually means that the X of this, when it's loaded, would need to be at a weird position. So when we attach the settings BG, if we want it to be just 10, then I guess we'd set it to negative 166. And then when I load it up, Billy Corgan. Bill! It was William. Sure. So negative anything on the X? Negative anything work on the X? No? Oh, well, that's 0. I'm gridding it and I'm pad X. Oh, I'm still got a pad X going on. So 10? But you did it backwards still, bitch. It would seem that if it has a negative value, it doesn't spawn at all. Let's get it out of this grid shit and let's place X equals. We'll start with 0 and Y equals 0, and then your width will be whatever it's supposed to be, which is 176. So we'll start back there. Back to how we were doing it before. Place. Good. Now, if I set you down to negative 166 via place, you just nothing. Just nothing on screen. If I set you to negative 1, well, that's because that's your width I'm changing. You're a get pawn. You're supposed to be changing its X. Oh, right. So not negative 166, it's 176. I'm changing the width for the X because I'm an idiot. There you go. That's how we want it to look. And when we click the button, we need the background to drag out with it. We need everything to drag out with it, which means all of the things that we currently have attached to self.settings need to be attached to self.settings, need to be attached to settings BG. So we're going to do that thing. So you all of those settings BG. Okay? Replace, 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 replace. And that's probably enough. So now all of those things are attached to that. When I open it up, none of them will be there because they're attached to it. In fact, this button is actually still accessible from that position. So, you know, that's going to be a problem, actually. I'm going to have to put it in a little bit more to where the button is not reachable because I can see that it's toggling. So you can touch it from there, and I don't want you being able to touch it from there. Maybe I could just disable it until it comes out, because it's kind of cool that there's a little thing sticking out a little bit, you know? So... I'm confusing myself right now. Let me just set that. Okay.
What did you do? Broke it already.
No, it works good. It's looking nice. What if I had it a little bit more? If I had 63, and then you would have to be the childable window. Your width is the self width minus 5. Yes, it is. If you're 163, then you're not. How am I controlling the width? Is it happening after? That must be what's happening down here. So I'm firing it once at instantiation. Where's the thing that calls it? Self.and no, I must not be. How am I now? I've confused myself quite a bit. That's the X and Y, because there's the width, you dummy. Right. Right. So if I made the width of this, let's make it bigger, in fact. Let's make it like 12, so you can see that there's more interesting shit underneath there. And then we did this at 164 instead. And now you can see even more of that little button sticking out. There's a lot of things sticking out. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. Let's go down to like 8. Try it at 8. We'll try 168. Is that right? 76, yeah. There's just a little bit of something sticking out there. And on a brighter background machine, it would look cooler. You know, you'd see that there's just a little something sticking out there, isn't there? What is that little something sticking out? But it's interesting. I think more was better. I think at the 10, it was the most interesting looking thing, so I shouldn't have fucked with it. So that's where we'd start. And then as we open it up, yeah, especially since you can see the revision number, which is nifty.
Maybe make a cover to sit over top that edge.
Little rubber thing that's just it's got to pop off, and there's a whole nother animation, and it floats away. So all right, one more test to see if it looks any better with 11 there, which will be 165. Now you start seeing too much shit. It's perfect at 10. Unless 9 would be better. Just quit fucking around, Pawn. Get onto the actual programming of it. So all we got to do is control the X of the background now as we're opening and closing things as well. So self.settings configure, sure. And then self. I'm going to have to actually give this a... Shit. I'm going to have to give this a deep reference. I have to, like, store it so that I can reference it at other places, which means all these things are going to have to be selfed. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, so now down here, I can, wherever it was I was doing that, self.settings bg.configure, or rather .place configure, because we'll be affecting where it's placed. So place configure, and it's going to be x plus x is equal to whatever its current x is. So self.settings.bg.winfo x plus, minus 6. So we're just matching the operations one for one. And then your x is going to have to be, we know exactly the size, so I could just set it. And that's what we're doing here. Might as well. So 166. I can make it more, less stupidable later. All right, I'll make it less stupid now. So the x would be the it's self.settings.winfo width. Yep, that's what I told you to do. .winfo width minus it, but it's going to be the negative of that. So it's negative that plus 10, actually, is how we do that. So the negative of the width of the thing that it's in plus 10 is what we'll set it to if this is less than 10, because they'll both be moving in the same increment, so if we catch that, then we know that the thing happened. And then down here, same line of code, except we will be plussing the 6 now. And then when we get down to here, same thing that we did here, except x will be equal to 176. X will be equal to 0, because it'll be at the 0 point on the x. And go, and click. Okay, not quite working, but almost. Almost, though. Huh? Okay, so what is happening is probably... No, because self.settings is being updated, so it's drawing it. Comes out fine the first time, goes back in, and it didn't draw... It, like, got rid of it, and then had to come back to it, and so it didn't draw it. And then when it pops back out, it doesn't draw it ahead of time. So, when you're doing this shit, you might need to update before you do it, too. How does that work? Why would I get whiteness? Let's self.settings, like it shouldn't, this should be implicit, and it probably is, that the idle tasks of the children might need to be updated. Maybe it isn't. Oh, it's also flipping the, it's also like the thing isn't working right now either. Ah, I've got numbers in wrong. That's what the problem is, right? That's got to be what it is, because the image is now shoving to the wrong place. This should never be, showing, and then when we get down here, it is. So I'm just doing something wrong here. So settings.bg.configure, you're actually, I think you got to go in the opposite directions is what needs to happen. Yeah, no. Okay. So the BG plays the X. When we are shrinking you from a full state, we want your X to be sliding back with him. Yes. And then when you get to the bottom, if you're less than 10, then you need to set yourself to the negative of, the width is no longer what the width was. So I actually, in trying to be smart, I screwed myself over. So let's just set it to negative 166, because that's where it needs to be. And then I do see a little momentary, like occasionally up there, like a piece of white that gets drawn for half a second. Because we're going past it and then having to come back. But there it is. That's like the functionality that I was looking for right there, people. That's what we wanted to happen. Boom. And now you get your settings open. You can change this, change that, click the button a couple of times over there, and then put it back and then pop it back out. That's exactly the animation I was going for. What I need to do now is just not go past it and come back, but prevent myself from going there if I can't get there. Hey all, hello RMAJ. We just got an animation working on my new settings window here. But I'm going to fix that little thing that I just said right here, right now. Nice. Yeah, it is pretty, it's cool, isn't it? And there's just a little bit, can I get like a brighter window on which to have this? Like if I just pulled up you and then popped you up, like there. Now you get to see like that little something that's sticking out the side that just makes it look interesting and curious. And in the later design of this, in the next design iteration of like what this is going to look like, I will design the graphics around the idea of having something that mimics a slot and an opening, and then you'll see the little thing sticking out over the edge just like it is. Hit the button, it slides out. You can adjust the settings. Hit the button, it slides back in. It's going to look real cool. This is really dark, too. That design is really dark. I had no idea I'd made it that friggin' dark. But yeah, pop you back out and just sit over there for a minute while I handle you, because you need handled. So instead of going there and coming back, we need to check if we're going to land somewhere that we shouldn't. So while we are greater than 10, if self.settings.width, and I will probably turn these into variables so I don't have to keep calling these functions over and over again. If self.settings.width minus 6, and this will also have to be, I'll make it into something pretty and more of a function, more of something that I could use again somewhere else, like later. Self.settings.winfo.width minus 6 is less than 10, then like break the while loop. No. Then I can get rid of this if statement by just nesting it up there. So self.settings configure, and then your mama. So if I put all this stuff in here, boom. So if where we are minus 6 is going to be less than 10, then we set everything to like being, where it should be. We update the idle task, and then we break out of the while loop. Otherwise, we do all this stuff. Yeah. And then we can get rid of that. And then we do that in the reverse order as well. So all this basically from inside, but testing before we go there. So if self.settings.winfo width plus 6 is going to be greater than 176, then we're equal to 176, we're equal to 0, we update the idle task, we break out of the while loop, and then we just return. Yeah. Try that. No little flash now, as we go straight to wherever it is we need to go, and then we stop. It's perfect. Perfect. And you know what? I said that we needed to handle the idea of if you click really fast, so that it doesn't, like, go all the way out and then have to come all the way back in. But at this speed, it doesn't matter. Like, if you click, double click, it goes all the way out, comes all the way back in. It's like no big deal. So I'm not even going to worry about that. Just shake this stuff around, move it around, make sure that we're not losing, like, something weird isn't happening, because weird things happen with Tkinter. I've seen a couple little weird flashes here while we've been using it, I think. But I don't know. It's good. It's good. It's solid. I like it. I like it. And then we click our little hovers and yee. It's so satisfying to have little things like that just react to you. Just respond to your mouse hovering over them. Oh, it's so nice. Little button down there to restore defaults. Beautiful. And as we did earlier, we can populate all of these places with the values now, which would be localhost, and the port would be 16... something. 356, 18, 357, apparently. That's not it. That's definitely not it. But that's more or less what things would look like. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. And also, that wouldn't say press. That would actually say the key that you've already got assigned to it, which from memory will be 081. But whatever. I'll leave it like that. Boom, boom. Values travel just fine with everything else. Looks great. Works great. We hit it. Like, that's exactly what I wanted to get done today. Got the little animation going. We got all of the things that you can tab through in the settings window. Next step will be just getting in here and doing the validation and making sure that you can't put in things that you shouldn't be able to put in here. Another consideration that I've got is, like, I mean, it's implicit, but it's another part of my design that's like, that doesn't necessarily register with the user interface. So when I design, that's what I'll have to do. So the idea is, like, none of this stuff updates until you click this button, right? And that makes sense because it's like the settings is a circuit board and you've got the circuit board out and you're tweaking with it and then you have to stick it back in and then the settings will update to that, right? But, like, if you're using the program, that's not necessarily going to be obvious. You might pop this open, change some settings, and then just go about your business, and, it's not working. So in the next design, what I'll do, or when I do the graphic design for this window, it will be, it's going to be like an electronic device that you'd shove a circuit board into, obviously, but it will have, like, LED indicators that light up when it's ready and when it's not. When you've ejected this thing, maybe the screen will go dark, and stuff like that. I'll just play with that. I'll play with that idea that it'll be like, it's not working. And then you put it back in. Yeah. Because I don't have an OK button is the whole, like, that whole train of thought was I don't have an OK save settings button. So when you click this, it's implicitly the save settings button. That's what it's going to be anyway. You can create skins to sell as DLCs. I could too. I could. It's very, very easily skinnable. Can you get a glitch when you press a bottom too much? Press a bottom too much or moving? What you mean? I should animate that too. The minimize and maximize button. I should do something for that as well. In the library too. As far as I see, we're good, right? Nothing weird. Button too much, I think he means. If I button too much... I can see that there's just a little bit of up there sometimes. But I really have to stress it in order to get it to do that. I wonder if that's something that I could... is there a problem in the code? Because it shouldn't do that if it's not going past it, right? So, is that part of things working? See that? I can actually get it kind of consistently to do that little flash. And it does seem to be doing that, like, because it went past it thing. So, that would be when it's opening, which would be... Let's see, if self.settings.width is equal to 176... This would be for closing then. So when it's closing, or when it's opening, self.settings.width is less than 176. Then if self.settings.winfo.width plus 6 would be greater than 176, then configure our width to 176, set our background to be at the 0 position, update the idle tasks, and then break. And none of this will actually happen because we've broke out of the while loop from there. Yeah. So this is working, and it's probably just Tkinter being Tkinter. I would think. It could be that because I'm clicking it so fast, it's getting to this one, and it's saying, is it equal to 176? It is. While self.settings is greater than 10, so that'll start the loop. If winfo width minus 6 would be less than 10. If our width minus 6 would be less than 10, then set our width to 10. Update the idle tasks. What I could do is just do a hard update here instead of doing the update idle tasks, because we're not going to do this update anyway on that frame, so might as well. Okay. Yep. I think that was that. So update is, the difference between update and update idle tasks is update is the one that actually draws the frame, and it's implicit to update that it updates the idle tasks. So it does everything that it has to before doing a draw, because that's basically what you're saying. They really should have just called it, draw or something, but update. So that updates it. Update idle tasks is all of like the background stuff of moving variables around and doing calculations, and you can do that at any time without necessarily having to update the frame, and it's sort of a queue of events that need to take place sooner or later that Tkinter can sort of set aside and say, I'll do some of that now, I'll do some of it later, I'll do that in another thread. Nobody needs that information right now, so I'm not going to like waste processing power when I have more important things to do. So forcing the update idle tasks forces the background information to update, which is something that you want to do whenever you're going to start calling winfo anything. Self.settings, winfo width, winfo x, winfo geometry. Before you do that, if you need reliable figures, you need to force an update idle tasks, because those figures will not be updated until the next update idle tasks hits. But if you need the screen to redraw, like we need here, to make sure that it's never missing a beat, then you force a full update, which will update the idle tasks implicitly. Most of the time, you don't want to do an update directly. At least, like, in little operations, you don't want to be controlling that. It's far better to call the update idle tasks if you can get away with it. But here, we want it to redraw on all of those frames. So let's just watch the CPU. We're resting at about 22-23% right now. So when I have it come in, we pop up to 24 for a second. 23. If I start doing this. So from the 22-23, we're consuming 6 to 7% CPU. For a second there, we were up, but that was because chat popped up something. So that was basically anytime something moves on the screen, puts your CPU under some serious load. Hide chat. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize chat was in the way. Or, yeah, chat was in the way. But here, now you can see it without me having to hide chat. So, you can see it riding at, click as fast as I can. So we get it up to 32% when we rest back down. We're resting at about 24% right now. Any window, if I took this and started shaking it, so we're sitting at what, 30? Just got to let it settle down for a second. Give me a second here. 22%. Okay. I take this and start shaking it. Oh, crap. So we spiked to 30%, and also it did that thing where it minimizes all of the applications when you shake it. That's not what I want. I'll do this. So 34% by just grabbing a calculator and shaking it around the screen a little bit. When I set it back down, we settle down to a 23%. So almost like 10% from a 24 to a 33, 35 now. Yeah. Just to be like dragging something and around the screen like that. If you're just dragging it back and forth like this, not a big deal, because it's only having to draw a little bit of the screen, and it's making wise and intelligent decisions about what to draw and how to draw it. But when you really like start slamming it around, the Windows Manager is oh crap. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake your moneymaker. God damn it. There we go. I never even knew that that was a feature of Windows where you could shake a window and they'd all minimize and they'd all pop back up. And now that I do, like, it's a nuisance. It really. But yeah, just anything on Windows because it's a drawing operation, because it's a lot of math that it has to do to figure out which window should be redrawn, and it's sending out so many different messages to different windows saying, I need you to redraw this section of you, and you to redraw that section of you, and everybody's grabbing at a chunk of the CPU and like redrawing a section of it while you're dragging something around on top of it. So it's always going to be just even scrolling this. We're sitting at 23. If I just start scrolling back and forth on the little scroll bar here, that's actually pretty efficient for the fact that we're only going up by 1 or 2%.
You can't buy me hot dog, man.
Here is some money for sucking it.
Thank you, Dramacian. Turning 21,673 now on the Dramacian donation watch. Moving into the 72nd hour of mind being fucking blown. Or actually, you've been doing this for like 5 days now. The 96th hour of mind fucking blown on Dramacian donation watch. Stay tuned for updates, and make sure you buy sandbags and plastic wrap and duct tape just in case there's anthrax attack, because that'll help. So Ice Cream, since you're doing a stream with graphic design in the title, I'll be here all night to judge you, says Jim. Oh, well, it's the graphic design part is pretty much done. I'm kind of wrapping it up, but hello, Jim. That's my graphic design right there. How do you like that? I think it's cluttered, and there's not really enough white space between things. And I'm also happy with it and kind of like it. So I'm going with it, because I've put too much time into it already, basically. I made myself a circuit board for the settings window that pops in and out of my little application there that I'll be making. And here's what it looks like, when you zoom in on it. So you can see some of the design and stuff. All of this is my work. I drew all of this stuff. It's all my pixel art. That's my pixel art. All of it. That is probably the most realistic thing that I did. In terms of the pixel art here. The resistors are pretty cute for what they are, and when you zoom out, for as small as resistors are, what else do you expect to be able to see from a resistor? Zooming in on this guy, it's got more photorealism to it. Yeah, but that was the design. A lot of single pixel lines in order to simulate traces on the circuit board. And one of the things that's you don't really notice until I point it out, but you see all the can you see like the dots, little black dots there, dot 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 dot, in order to simulate the texture, the sort of luminescence, in fact, of a circuit board. You kind of see through the pattern of the manufacturing of the fiberglass and horse glue or whatever it is that they use to make these things. So that's the design. That was the graphic design, and now we've made the graphic design into something that actually works. You click it, and it works. You change the toggles, set them to one side, the other, press the little button over there, do all the things, fill in all the places. I know I've already done this like nine, but I'm just I'm self-satisfied, so you're gonna have to deal with me for something, some local host figure there. Yep, yes sir. That's the thing. Texture on that board. Right half looks good. Left half looks awful. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's busy. It's busy as hell. It was just the nature of the design. Like, this whole design is kind of small. But you know what? It's the settings window. 90% of the time, it'll be sitting there like that. You won't even be able to see it. You won't even be bothered by it. I like the fact that you can see the revision number there, which is PR 1.0, which is funny, because I called it that because it's the pre-release. And then I realized that very often on circuit boards, you will see like PR 1.0, 1.1. And it's because they've had something to do with Puerto Rico. Or it's like where they were manufactured. But I swear I've seen PR 1.0 like elsewhere, and it's referencing the location of the manufacturing. I have to assume there's not a lot of circuit board manufacturing going on in Puerto Rico, now that I think about it. But what do I know? I think it's funny anyway. But I put that as pre-release 1.0, and now, like, every time I do a release, I'm going to have to go into the graphics file and update that little thing so that it actually says revision, V1.0, and then 1.1, and 1.01, and 1.7, and then 7, and then 0.2, because that's how numbers work. You count up and then down. But yeah, look at that. Look at that. In a friggin'... Ooh, did we just see the white thing happen? Yeah, I saw it again. I saw it again. Now that is just a Tkinter bullshit kind of a thing, isn't it? Nothing I can do about that. I'm doing the update on every frame, so it's just Tkinter not drawing fast enough or something. Okay, wait. There might be something I can do about that, because we're doing self.settings. We're doing self.settings.update. If I did self.settings. Or rather _bg dot update idle task before I do the update. I mean, it should be implicit, I think, but I'm not sure of it. So if I do that in both of those places, and here, this is a lot of things to be telling the rendering engine to do explicitly, but we're trying to get past like a little bit of white. Yeah, saw it again. Saw it again, so it doesn't make any difference. It's just going to be Tkinter, the draw engine being what it is and being, whatever. So, rarely going to happen. If I really want to fight it for it someday, maybe I will. But, no. Not right now. Not right now. Beautiful. Oh, you meant the right half looks good and the left half looks awful. Right, this half. This half hasn't gotten the redesign. This is pretty cool, though. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. I like that, too. Ding 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 ding. Yeah, I'm very self-satisfied. We're done now. We're done. That's the end of the live stream. Next things ahead. What are the next things ahead? Gotta do the testing for what values you can and cannot put into the various fields that we've put into the settings window. Got to redesign the graphics for the main window, obviously. And then, mainly, it's just going to be about tying wires together. The application itself already runs as a cluster truck auto splitter, but I will have to, make everything update the other thing and write to the files when it writes to the files and that kind of deal. So that's going to be a big deal, and there's going to be, I can't even remember what they are now, but I know that there were issues that I expected to arise when I tried connecting one thing to another. I can't remember what they are, but I know that that's going to be a thing. Putting it into the graphic user interface and actually tying the wires together, the program is definitely going to go... It's going to manifest some issues that I knew were there. I've forgotten what they are. So there will be that. Pawn... Why you end it early on me again, says RMAJ. What are you talking? It's 4 hours today. It was 3.5 the other day. This is just a reasonable live stream length. It's actually unreasonable. It's too long. No one else goes this long. But then again, no one else is this long. Except, everybody, because it's pretty average, actually. It's just sort of, it's very average. I mean, by the numbers, by statistical figures, it's just average. So, anyone who's above average, those people would be. They'd have a longer cock, is what I'm saying. By which I mean the length of their chicken, their farmyard animals. That's what I'm getting on about there. I didn't want to leave ambiguity in the mix. Listen, it's a Sunday. I hope to see you back here this Wednesday at 4 p.m. when we'll be doing another live stream, or maybe tomorrow or the next day. Who knows? But I do have to say, pawn out, because... Yes, my birthday is coming up here. What is it? It's the 5th, so like about 11 days. 16th May. Middle of a middle May, baby. Yeah, Paul now. good luck with your exam, Pony.